Good morning. The Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance meeting of June 20th, 2024 is hereby called to order. This morning we are having some challenges here in the building on St. Croix, but we are going to proceed with the meeting as much as we can. I do see that we have the testifiers that's here with us, so I'm going to hold off on the calling of the roll call. We're going to go straight to today's agenda. Could you read today's agenda into the record, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. June 20th, 2024, Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance meeting agenda revised. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance will meet on Thursday, June 20th, 2024 at 9 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lowetts Conference Room in St. Croix, Virgin Islands, to receive testimony on the proposed fiscal year 2025 executive budget for the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Block 1, Bureau of Information Technology. Invited testifier is Mr. Rupert O. Ross, Director, Bureau of Information Technology. Block 2, Election Systems of the Virgin Islands and Board of Elections. Invited testifiers are Ms. Carolyn Fawkes, Supervisor of Elections, Election System of the Virgin Islands, and Ms. Alecia Wells, Chairperson, Joint Board of Elections. This ends the reading of today's agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to ask the testifiers to please put their name and titles on the record. We're going to start with you, Mr. Ross, and then your team members would start from my right, your left, until everybody has their name on the record. And do you have anyone in St. Thomas? That will be, you have someone in St. Thomas, or do you have anyone on Teams? Or this is it? Okay, perfect. You may proceed, Mr. Ross.
Good morning. Rupert Ross, Director for the Bureau of Information Technology.
Good morning. Mark Bow, Chief Technology Officer for the Bureau of Information Technology.
Good morning. David Paris, RF Administrator.
Good morning. Hasina Harris, Chief Financial Officer.
Good morning. Jonathan Tucker, Deputy Director, Bureau of Information Technology.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ross, so as I said, I am not going to take the roll call until we are finished with your testimony. Once that is done, we'll take roll call. We are having some challenges this morning, but we do have to proceed with our meeting as we have a packed summer, a packed summer with our budget hearings, and we really want to get through it. We want to wrap up this year's 2025 budget by the end of August, because we know that we are seeing a very interesting weather in the Caribbean, and the Virgin Islands is no exception. So we want to make sure that we have a true-up budget by the end of August, barring no challenges. So hence the reason why I have to move forward. All right, you may proceed. Oh, before you, well, actually, I still can't do that, so I'm not going to recognize anyone until you're done. So you may proceed with your testimony, Mr. Ross.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Chair, Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, members of the Committee on Budget and Appropriation and Finance, and other members and staff of the 35th Legislature, listening and viewing audience. My name is Rupert Ross. I'm the Director for the Bureau of Information Technology, otherwise called BIT, and the Chief Information Officer for the Government of the United States Virgin Islands. As the CIO, I oversee the strategic direction and implementation of technology initiatives to enhance government operations. Joining me is Mr. Jonathan Tucker, our Deputy Director, who oversees various functions within our department supporting the CIO in the overall strategic direction and management of BIT. Additionally, we have Ms. Hasina Harris, our Chief Financial Officer, who ensures the responsible allocation of financial resources to support our initiatives. Our leadership team also includes Mr. Mark Bao, our Chief Technology Officer, whose expertise in emerging technologies drive innovation and digital transformation within the government of the Virgin Islands. Not with us today, Mr. Zaki Abdul Rashid, our IT Project Manager. He is in training to upgrade his skills in emergency management on a training that is only offered once a year. So he's at that training. But he leads the execution of key projects, ensuring the timely delivery and alignment with organizational goals. And lastly, Mr. David Paris, our radio frequency administrator, who plays a crucial role in managing and optimizing our radio frequency resources to support communication infrastructure across the territory. Together, our diverse team is dedicated to leveraging technology to improve government services and ensure the efficient use of taxpayer resources. Today, we gather to support the BIT's proposed budget for fiscal year 2025. As we proceed with our presentation, we begin with an in-depth exploration of the current state of affairs, providing an overview of our existing IT infrastructure and systems, followed by an examination of challenges and limitations faced. Additionally, we will highlight recent successes and achievements within BIT. Subsequently, we will transition to detailing our budget request. Through this structured approach, we aim to provide a comprehensive understanding of our current landscape while presenting a strategic vision of the future, for the future, our current state of affairs. Our IT infrastructure stands as the cornerstone of our digital transformation journey. It empowers us to deliver efficient, secure, and citizen-centric services. Our services are strategically designed to drive innovation and enhance productivity and ensure the seamless operation of government functions. Each component contributes to our success and benefits our organization and the agencies we serve. Let us delve deeper into how each component contributes strategically and adds value to the organization and customers. BIT plays a pivotal role in enhancing operational performance and safeguarding critical information. We empower our agencies to streamline workflows, enhance communication, and drive productivity through Microsoft's suite of tools. These solutions enable seamless collaboration and efficient data sharing. Furthermore, our proactive network and server monitoring guarantee increased value and reliability, ensuring continuous oversight of the health, performance, and security of our IT infrastructure. Leveraging real-time monitoring and advanced analytics, BIT quickly detects and resolves issues, maintaining optimal functionality. Additionally, our cloud services and on-premises infrastructure solutions offer unparalleled flexibility, scalability, and cost-effectiveness in hosting and managing applications and data. Seamless integration with our server hosting infrastructure allows agencies to focus on core missions and deliver value efficiently. Moreover, BIT enhances communication and teamwork with Microsoft Teams, our centralized collaboration platform. It transforms how our agencies interact and collaborate with integrated messaging, video conferencing, file sharing capabilities. Teams enables real-time collaboration, knowledge sharing, and project coordination. In an increasingly connected and remote-centric work environment, our SSL VPN, which is Secure Socket Layer Virtual Private Network, and our Wide Area Network, WAN, services provide secure and reliable connectivity, fostering efficiency regardless of location or device. By enabling seamless access to critical applications and data, BIT empowers our GVI workforce to deliver exceptional services. Additionally, our DNS, our Domain Name System infrastructure, guarantees the accessibility and reliability of .gov services for citizens and stakeholders. Through efficient domain name resolution and external DNS services, BIT enhances user experiences and fosters citizen engagement with government services. As cyber threats evolve, our involvement in endpoint security solutions provides robust protection for devices and servers against malware, ransomware, and other cyber threats. This proactive approach safeguards digital assets, mitigating risks and ensuring operational integrity. As part of this initiative, we have made significant strides in addressing the vacancy of the Chief Information Security Officer position, affectionately called CISO, a critical role in our cybersecurity strategy. The position was advertised to attract top-tier candidates with the expertise and vision necessary to lead our cybersecurity efforts. We have conducted comprehensive interviews with a number of highly qualified candidates, and we are now in the process of coordinating a thorough background investigation for the leading candidate. This is a crucial step to ensure the suitability of the candidate before making a final decision on the hire. Additionally, our robust backup and recovery mechanisms exemplify our dedication to protecting against data loss and minimizing downtime. These measures fortify data security, minimize disruptions, and ensure the continuous availability of critical information. Furthermore, at the core of our identity and access management strategy, BIT optimizes user access and bolsters security with Microsoft's Active Directory solutions. By consolidating identity management and enforcing stringent security protocols, we enhance resilience against unauthorized access and potential data breaches. Also, BIT optimizes processes and resource utilization, offering strategic tools and services to enhance operational capabilities and service delivery. Our centralized platform to manage IT service requests and incidents, along with the remote monitoring and management solutions, adds significant value to our organization. Additionally, DocuSign and Adobe Enterprise Solutions enhance customer experience, resulting in increased efficiency and cost savings. In summary, our strategic mission initiatives support the IT infrastructure that serves as a cornerstone for empowering agencies to tackle complex challenges, drive innovation, and deliver exceptional services to citizens. By adopting cutting-edge technologies, enhancing security measures, and fostering collaborative and innovative culture, BIT is positioned at the forefront of digital transformation. Recent successes and achievements. BIT has achieved notable successes. Here are some of the most recent successes that merit recognition. We have significantly enhanced stakeholder engagement and relationship management by creating a dedicated relationship management office. This initiative strengthens partnerships with agency stakeholders and improves communication and aligns IT services with agency goals and priorities. The addition of the Business Relationship Manager, BRM, to the RMO marks a significant milestone in BIT's effort to cultivate strategic partnerships and deliver tailored IT services. The BRM has acted as a liaison between BIT and other agencies, resulting in a better communication and understanding of agency-specific needs and priorities. To bolster our capabilities in managing network infrastructure and support services, BIT has expanded our Infrastructure and Operations Office. The addition of the Network Systems Administrator and the Service Desk Manager strengthens our technical expertise and operational efficiency. This expansion reflects our commitment to excellence in service delivery and continuous improvement in IT operations. BIT has embarked on a comprehensive discovery phase to initiate IT consolidation efforts across government agencies. Our aim is to enhance operational efficiency and reduce costs, and improve service delivery. The initiative underscores our commitment to driving innovation and maximizing the value of IT investments across the government of the Virgin Islands. Recently, our team successfully finalized the development of a comprehensive service catalog, outlining the range of IT services available to our government agencies. This achievement enhances transparency, facilitates service delivery, and fosters collaboration by providing clear and accessible information about available IT resources and offerings. These recent successes and achievements demonstrate BIT's commitment to excellence, innovation, and continuous improvement. Built upon these accomplishments, BIT is well positioned to pursue further initiatives, drive positive outcomes, boost stakeholder satisfaction, and effectively advance our IT objectives. Next, we'll look at our budget request to achieve our strategic mission. As we look ahead to the upcoming fiscal year, securing the necessary resources to sustain and enhance our government IT's infrastructure is imperative. Our budget request centers around the critical need to renew and strengthen our existing IT infrastructure and systems, which are essential for achieving the goals of our strategic mission. The strategic investment is essential to ensure the reliability, security, and efficiency of our technology ecosystem. The Bureau of Information Technology's budget recommendation for fiscal year 2025 is $11,799,620. The recommendation supports the following. You can take a look at Exhibit 1. The General Fund Budget Request. Our General Fund Budget Request supports critical initiatives for sustaining our department's operations. Personnel services and fringe benefits. BIT requests $1,950,480 in personnel services and $827,907 in fringe benefits to fund 29 positions vital to the success of our IT initiatives. This includes 14 classified positions, such as network analysts, help desk specialists, radio frequency technicians, and web technician. The remaining 15 positions are exempt, encompassing critical roles like the Chief Information Security Officer, Network Systems Administrator, Network Security Administrator, Service Desk Manager. Of the 29 positions being funded, there are currently 5 vacancies. Additionally, the requested funds cover salary increases for all personnel and overtime, ensuring fair compensation for our dedicated workforce. Please see Exhibit 2. Supplies. BIT requests $122,000 in supplies to support our department's day-to-day operations and ensure the reliability and efficiency of our IT infrastructure and services. The budget includes funds for the procurement of hardware and equipment essential for our IT operations. It also covers the purchase of consumables and accessories necessary for the maintaining and operating of our IT infrastructure, facilities, and vehicles. Please see Exhibit 3. Other services. The other services budget allocation is a crucial component of the overall financial plan. BIT requests $1,277,660 in other services to support a wide variety of essential services and activities critical for the efficient operation of our department. This budget category encompasses services aimed at maintaining our facilities, supporting our workforce, and ensuring the reliability and effectiveness of our operations. Please see Exhibit 4. In utilities, BIT requests $250,000 in utilities to cover a fundamental aspect of our operational expenses. The budget allocation is essential for powering our IT infrastructure, facilities, and equipment at our office and tower site locations. Miscellaneous General Fund Budget Request. In addition to our core General Fund requests, BIT requests $7,371,573 under the Miscellaneous General Fund. The allocation is crucial for supporting ancillary operations and addressing unforeseen needs. These requests cover a range of essential expenditures aimed at enhancing operational efficiency, promoting innovation, and tackling emergent challenges. Each component is integral to the holistic functioning of our department. BIT requests $3,202,915 to renew our support contract and enterprise licensing agreement. BIT requests $3,206,206 to support critical areas of initiatives essential for the seamless functioning and advancement of our department. This includes ongoing maintenance and support services for our on-premises infrastructure cloud solution. Additionally, funds are allocated for IT managed services, which enhance operational efficiency, promptly resolve technical challenges. Further, this funding supports the ongoing maintenance of key projects like the VIPD camera surveillance project and the public safety CAD RMS project, ensuring their continued functionality and effectiveness. It also covers the renewal of essential services to maintain our communication infrastructure and ensure seamless connectivity. Our miscellaneous general fund request also encompasses new initiatives aimed at modernizing and upgrading our infrastructure. This includes the maintenance and upgrade of data centers and telecommunications towers, facilities, battery backup system upgrades, repairs, IT network upgrades, and security upgrades. These initiatives enhance our technological capabilities, improve resilience, and mitigate potential risks. Additionally, a portion of the fund is earmarked for unforeseen public safety initiatives and other emerging needs throughout the fiscal year. The flexible allocation allows us to respond swiftly and invest in initiatives that contribute to the safety, security, and efficiency of our operations. Together, these investments underscore our commitment to innovation, resilience, and excellence in service delivery, positioning our department for continued success and growth. Lastly, $962,452 is allocated to support the renewal of essential software licenses and subscriptions, as well as advisory services critical for the continued functionality and efficiency of our department. This includes software licenses necessary to safeguard our network against potential threats. Additionally, funds are designated for renewing our remote monitoring subscriptions to facilitate remote support and troubleshooting for our IT infrastructure. Furthermore, this budget supports the renewal of our IT research and advisory subscription. The subscription provides BIT access to valuable insights and recommendations to inform strategic decision-making processes. Similarly, renewals for the Adobe Acrobat Pro and Adobe Creative Cloud licenses support creative and document management needs across our organization. Renewing ServiceNow licenses is essential for maintaining our IT service management platform, and our IT managed services renewal ensures continuous monitoring and management of our IT infrastructure. Additionally, renewing security awareness training programs fosters a culture of cybersecurity awareness and compliance among our GVI workforce. DocuSign licensing renewal enables secure and efficient electronic signature workflows, while the renewal of our policy management platform subscription ensures effective policy management. Lastly, renewing our training platform subscription allows our employees to enhance their skills and capabilities through comprehensive IT training programs. In summary, our investments promise significant benefits. By upgrading IT infrastructure, renewing software, and investing in training, we anticipate heightened efficiency and productivity across the government of the Virgin Islands. Sustained investments in cybersecurity solutions will bolster our defenses and mitigate data breach risks. Additionally, ongoing investments in software licenses to streamline communication and document management will expedite workflows. Continual investment in our IT service management platform will raise service delivery standards and enhance customer satisfaction. Furthermore, renewing our research and advisory services subscription will provide valuable insights and inform strategic decisions. Lastly, ongoing investment in training platforms to foster employee skill development will cultivate a more capable and adaptable workforce, better prepared to address evolving business needs. Overall, these initiatives are positioned to deliver improved customer experiences and increased satisfaction. In conclusion, our budget requests and allocations represent strategic investments designed to enhance the efficiency, security, and effectiveness of our department's operations. By prioritizing critical areas such as IT infrastructure upgrades, software renewals, cybersecurity measures, and employee training, we are positioning BIT for sustained success and growth. As we move forward, BIT remains committed to leveraging technology and expertise to drive innovation, resilience, and excellence in service delivery. By aligning our budget priorities with organizational objectives and stakeholder needs, we are confident in our ability to deliver value and achieve positive outcomes for our department and the agencies we serve. I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge the exemplary dedication and contributions of our outstanding employees. Your exceptional commitment and professionalism are invaluable, and it is through your collective efforts that we continue to achieve and fulfill our mission. I would specifically like to pay tribute to Mr. Romel Wallace Jr., a valued member of our leadership team who sadly passed away a few months ago. He was truly a visionary whose unwavering dedication and strategic insights played a pivotal role in shaping the direction of BIT. Together, we will build upon his legacy, inspire greatness in each other, and continue to make positive impact on the lives of those we serve. Thank you, Committee Chair Senator Fred Gregory, and the other members of the 35th Legislature for your attention and support as we collaborate to realize our vision of a dynamic and forward-thinking IT department. We look forward to the opportunity to continue serving our stakeholders and delivering impactful results in the coming year. My staff and I are available to answer any questions you, members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance, and other senators may have regarding the fiscal year 2025 budget request presented today.
Thank you, Mr. Ross, for your testimony in defending your 25 budget. Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask for the roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Here.
Senator DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca.
I'm here.
Senator Fonseca present. Senator Novelli Francis. Senator Francis present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Here.
Senator Donna Fred Gregory present. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James absent. Madam Chair, it have 4 present and 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a quorum. Do you have any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Madam Chairman.
You may proceed.
June 20th, 2024, the Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Chairperson, Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Estate, Golden Rock, St. Croix, VI 00822. Dear Madam Chairperson Fred Gregory, absence from Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance. Please accept this letter as formal notice that I will not be attending the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance meeting scheduled to begin at 9 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lowetts Conference Room in St. Croix on Thursday, June 20th, 2024. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Thank you for your consideration on this matter, and let me take this opportunity to wish you a successful meeting today. Respectfully, Jamvin E. James Sr., Senator, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. The next letter, Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Estate, Golden Rock, Christenstead, VI. Dear Chairwoman Fred Gregory, I'm writing to extend my sincere apologies for my absence from today's June 20th, 2024 Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance meeting. I am currently traveling and will not be available to attend. I apologize for any inconvenience my absence may cause and assure you that I will review the meeting proceedings and follow up on any necessary actions upon my return. Thank you for your understanding and consideration in this matter. Sincerely, Samuel Carrion, Senator of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. This ends the greeting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let me also take this opportunity to recognize Senator Franklin D. Johnson, a non-committee member. Thank you for being here, Senator Johnson. I also want to take this opportunity to wish our Senate President, Senator Novalee Francis, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Senator Francis. All right, and thank you for being here. I mean, I know that it's your birthday and you could be doing so many other things, but your commitment to the work is not unnoticed. So thank you so much for being here. All right, colleagues, we're gonna go to a 5-minute round. And the order is Senator, we thought that Senator Blyden was on. I don't know what happened. He probably will fall back in. He's supposed to be on Teams. He perhaps will fall back in. I think he's having some technical difficulties. But the order of proceedings is Senator Fonseca, Senator Francis, Senator Graff, and Senator Johnson. Let me just ask very quickly before we begin. So last fiscal year, and the fiscal year prior to that, well, last fiscal year, there was a $4.1 million that was set aside for the purpose of the Microsoft Agreement on Support. Is that, did you roll that up into, how is that represented this fiscal year in the budget? We just want to make sure, is that something that you're still, that's still part of your operations?
It is.
Okay, so how is it rolled up this year?
Harris?
Morning, Hasina Harris. It's rolled up under the 2012 account called Microsoft Agreement and Support. It's rolled up in the supplies budget category.
Okay, good. So I figured that's where I was seeing it, and that's where I'm somewhat concerned. So is this maintenance or is this purchasing of software?
This is the licensing agreement that we have with Microsoft, and also the support contract. Is two different agreements. One with Software One as a reseller.
So why is it under the supplies category? What under the supplies? So what sub-account supports that type of work?
Data processing software. When we do pay the bills in the ERP, it's rolled up under data processing software, which is a supplies object.
Are you buying supplies? Are you buying data processing software?
No, we're paying for the subscription, the Microsoft subscription, and with Department of Finance, how they display it in the ERP, it's a supply line item.
Yeah, I think we went through this already. It sounds very, as I'm talking to you about it, it sounds very familiar. So it's not the maintenance agreement.
No, it's the licensing agreement and also a support contract.
So in providing the licensing, is that not a professional service that they're doing for you?
You can classify it that way, yes. but
Because when you, so the sub account, what's the name of the sub account? Data
processing software.
processing software. So is it software?
The Rupert Ross, the license is a few things in there, but it does have the Microsoft Office suite. It does have the access to Microsoft Azure. It does have other software solutions that support us on cybersecurity. And
So it's your solution. So I see. All right. I think I had this same conversation, like I said
it
before.
sounds
so-
familiar.
Yeah. All right. So colleagues, we're going to go to a 5-minute round, and I'll allow my colleagues to ask questions, and then I'll fall in as we go. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and pleasant good morning. Greetings to the listening audience and my colleagues and all of the esteemed testifiers present. We give thanks and praises to the Most High and blessings. Good morning. This is a very good budget presentation. I have to congratulate you on the presentation. I got a couple quick questions for you. The 29 positions, 14 classified, you have 15 exempt. The $2,778,387, you said it covers salary increases and overtime for all the staff. Is that correct? All the staff are budgeted for a salary increase?
Senator Harris.
Hi, good morning. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, good. I have to compliment you on that because IT being so important, I'm glad to see that you're looking out for your staff and you're going to give a salary increase. That's commendable. I want to ask you real quickly, though, about a little rumor thing that had happened, right? Allegedly, there was a data breach at a VI government office, and someone had planted some listening devices or accusations or whatever, but there was a big rumor that someone had planted some listening devices. What became of that? Was anyone ever prosecuted for these listening devices, or it was just a rumor that was not true?
Rupert Ross, I don't have any information on what the end result of that was. I did know about the listening devices, but I don't know what the end result is.
Okay, so it is true someone had planted a listening device.
That is what I understand. I wouldn't be able to say that I know that firsthand, but I do know that through the public information that was provided.
Okay. So was that a government employee or that was some outside person? You don't know?
I don't know.
Okay, good. I want to ask you now, the page 10 of your presentation, the VIPD surveillance camera projects, how is that going? Is that, what % implementation are you with that? 100, 60, 70, 80? Where are we with that implementation of the police surveillance cameras?
So I'll start. The first phase of that effort is 100% complete. We're in the support phase for that particular effort, and we continue to support it. At the moment, okay. So there is a phase 2, and at the moment, we're 80% complete on the implementation of the enclosures and the power enclosures for that effort. And as we work forward, the installation of the cameras will follow next.
Okay, and then help me out here. You got the CAD, I guess that's computer assisted device something, and the RMS project. Explain that to me in common man terms. What is that?
Yes, so the acronym is the computer aided dispatch, and the RMS is record management system. And this is the system that Vitima 911 would use to be able to record information on 911 calls and help them to dispatch and provide the necessary information to responding emergency responders.
Okay, so with all of that said, I want to ask you another question. So are we doing the face surveillance pictures at our airports of everybody coming and leaving? Are we recording the face recognition technology at our airports? Is that being implemented in the Virgin Islands?
I'm uncertain of whether or not that is being utilized. I think that we worked on a project to implement the cameras, but the operational portion of it we've turned over. So
okay.
I'm uncertain.
You're uncertain, but who would that be under? That would be under you, VIPD, VITIMO, or would be a coordinated effort? Because I really want to know if we're doing facial recognition of all of the people in the territory coming and leaving in the airport. But you don't know. Okay, good. So I want to go quickly now. The 7,371,573 ancillary services, that's a separate request from the general fund. Is that correct?
I'm going to ask Ms. Harris to answer.
It is a separate request. It's normally requested under the miscellaneous general fund. It's a recurring item.
Madam Chair, I didn't hear. Was my time called? Can I just be allowed to finish up?
You may wrap up, Senator.
Okay. Good. So now the rent that you pay, how much is that per month, and how many locations is that rental amount?
The rental amount includes our 2 administrative offices, one in St. Croix, one in St. Thomas, and it also includes our rent at the tower site facilities.
Okay, good. That's what I wanted to ask you. And at the tower site facilities, I noticed you got 250,000 for utilities. Some of those have generator backup, battery backup, or they're on solar. How are you being energy efficient with those tower backups? Tell me what you're doing there.
Time.
The tower sites are in different, we provide power in different ways, but we do utilize utility power from WAPA with backup generators and backup batteries. At the moment, we're looking at opportunities for alternative utility, alternative power at those sites, but we haven't really pulled a trigger on how we're going to move forward with those yet.
Okay, and through the chair, if I can request that if you can, I know you said you wasn't sure, but I would like to know for sure, and being the IT director, you should know about any IT surveillance that's being implemented in the territory. So through the chair, I'll request if you can provide that information on IT surveillance, camera recognition technology specifically at the airport. And thank you very kindly, Madam Chair, for the additional time. Blessings.
Mr. Ross, do you want to respond to that? Because the airport is
we don't have cameras.
Yeah, I see you writing it down, but how are you going to get information?
So the installation of cameras were not at the airports. They were at the projects that we did were at intersections on the I guess main highways of the Virgin Islands, with the exception of in St. John. But I guess it was on the road in St. John. So
you have the information as it relates to the installation of the surveillance cameras.
The ones that we did in
the ones
phase
that are
one.
tied to this executive branch work.
Yes.
Okay, good. So that's what the senator, I guess, asking for. Okay, so let me ask you. So once, how does the executive branch currently treat technology matters? So let me be clear. I recalled when I worked for the central government, if we wanted to purchase computers, laptops, we had to send the specs, et cetera, over to your office and get your blessings before they were purchased, because I guess you vet them for proper pricing, et cetera, and not pricing alone, but whether or not they meet the system requirements for the government. Is that still happening?
That is, in most cases, that's what's happening, yes.
Why most and not all?
I think for the majority of purchases in the executive branch, there's a justification letter process that routes to us, and that happens on most cases. And I don't know if it happens in all. And then there's also in the ERP, when the requisition is put into the ERP, it's routed to us for evaluation. And we evaluate for technical sufficiency, we evaluate for price, as well as the right.
Yeah, but I was specifically asking though, you said in most cases, so what entities will not, are not required to send to your attention?
All entities are required.
But all entities are not?
Not all the time, no.
Okay, so I think that you need to dial up on that, because at the end of the day, you are the responsible entity. So let's go back to the surveillance cameras. That's also considered a technology type contract, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so are those types of services, supplies, professional services, etc., are those required to come through your office for vetting prior to issuing the contracts? Are you at the table when the bidding process is taking place? You or your somebody from your team?
So our team is generally involved in those type of purchases. I would say this, that certain purchases, we're there at the beginning when requirements are made. We continue on with the procurement of those services, and then last but not least, the bidding process and the contracting process. Other times we come in the middle. Sometimes we come in when the contract is already there and they're asking us to review the contract.
So basically we're saying that we don't have a system in place, a clear structure as to how we deal with these type of technology matters.
It is, I would say 90% of it works the way it's supposed to.
So the surveillance cameras for VIPD, did it come through your office?
We were actually the entity that did the first phase of the VIPD camera project as the project management group that executed on it. So
What
we
does
did the
that mean?
requirements.
Say that again?
We did the requirements. We also did the RFP process. We organized the contracting. We managed the project until it was implemented.
Okay, so, and then you say you're now in the second phase?
Yes.
So what happened with the second phase?
Again, we've done the requirements.
So same thing?
Yeah, RFP.
So you've been involved in every step of the way?
For the VIPD camera project, yes.
Okay, got it. All right, Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. Senator Johnson has to step out, so he asked to go before the next senator. You may proceed, Senator.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Before I even proceed, I want to extend condolence to the families who have lost loved one last night. One of those young men was a dear friend of mine, his family, so it's very saddening today, you know, how our young people are just losing their life. And just extend my condolence at this time to the family who have lost those loved ones. Director, I want to start off with your grants. I see you have 2 grants here that's going to be finished in September. Are you going to be able to utilize this fund? And if not, have you put in for extension on these grants?
So we're going to be able to utilize the funds. The one grant is definitely going to be utilized. We've done some reorganizing on what we're going to do on the second grant, and I think
which one are you saying will be utilized in a timely manner?
Ms. Harris?
In a timely manner, the Data Center Maintenance Management Solution Grant, that will be utilized. It's already fully obligated.
Okay.
Yes.
And the next one, Director, you were saying?
We did some re-evaluation of what we wanted to do there, mostly because when we wrote the grant, technology has changed. We have implemented solutions to solve the problems that we thought that we needed the grant for, but we're going to utilize the grant in a different way to be able to stay within inside the purpose of the grant, and then also to execute on.
It's going to be able to be, you're still going to be able to execute it on a timely manner because you're talking 3 months.
Yes, I agree. I know. Yes.
Okay, I just don't like to hear about us losing funding and not applying for extension. And then I see that you have a couple vacant positions. You have Chief Information Security Officer, Network Security Administrator, Security Analyst, and a Project Manager. How long have these positions been there, and what are the problems that you're going through finding viable candidates for these positions?
So I think the Chief Information Security Officer has been there the longest. I want to say more than 1 fiscal year.
More than 1 fiscal year?
Yeah. We hadn't identified any candidate that met the requirements that we needed. And so the difficulty was finding someone at the, someone competent at the pay that we were offering.
So your pay is not attractive?
Not very. But we did get candidates. They just never met the requirements of what we needed to do.
Okay. And then you have about 4 positions removed. And one of them is your Human Resource Coordinator. What's going to happen to that position, and how is it going to be filled in regards to human service?
Human resources.
Human resources.
Yeah. So the functions and roles of the Human Resource Coordinator was rolled up into Hasina Harris's in the CFO's office. So she's now doing most of those things out of the CFO office.
And with those other, you have 3 more positions that was removed. Couldn't some of those money be utilized to attract viable candidates for these positions, especially your security manager, chief information security officer? Because you're saying that a lot of folks, a couple people came, but the income was way below the title.
I think we do have a good candidate this time around. We're just doing our vetting.
At this $45,000?
No. That is half the year.
Okay. You got, sorry, because I don't know if you're going to find somebody paying them this kind of money, but I appreciate that, and I thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the leniency and allowing me to proceed. I'll be back. I just had an appointment I pretty much didn't pay attention to, but I'll be right back. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you for being here, Senator. We're going to go to the next senator, Senator Francis Jr. You're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to Team BIT. And of course, good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. I first of all want to say it's good to be above ground as I celebrate another milestone and a birthday, because as a cancer survivor, every year you record is certainly a success. So I really want to be thankful for that. I also want to extend condolences to Mr. and the families, as well as the BIT, for the passing of Mr. Rommel Wallace Jr.
Thank you.
I know he's been at the legislature several times, over the years, and certainly I've always been a pleasant individual to work with. So, help me to understand your KPIs. Tell me about your KPIs and your success or your shortfalls within your KPIs. I'm not quite understanding the layout of those.
So, second to pull them up so that I can be talking. So KPIs, our KPIs are centered around showing performance as it relates to how it affects the greater GVI and the community at large. So the ones that are listed here are the IT accept. So we have a policy initiative, and we want to make sure that we do the policies that are important to the organization, to guide the organization. We also have new and existing technology upgrades, performance around implementing new technology. We also have how our service desk is operating, so that we could understand, or so we could track and try to do better as it relates to serving the agencies that we support.
So let me ask you, are you satisfied with your KPIs? You have somebody that's carefully monitoring them to make sure that you're working towards those successes?
Yeah, we regularly monitor them. The effort to monitor them with the OMB performance team is it a quarterly or monthly? Monthly effort. And we do look at them, we do check to see that we're trying to improve them. We know where we have some shortfalls, and we're trying to address those as well.
Okay. In regards to the Virgin Islands Police Department, I guess the maintenance contract regarding the cameras, the CAD, the RMS, is there a separate contract that's also housed at the Virgin Islands Police Department, or the contract just reside with you? Because I saw you mention that you do have a portion of that in terms of your responsibility on the BIT.
Yeah, so for the camera project, we do the support services for the cameras. And then for Vitima and the rest of the emergency responders, we do the support for CAD RMS as well. Okay. We, pretty much in our budget, we pay for the support.
Does that also include the shot spotters and those other areas?
That does not.
No, just simply the CAD, the RMS, and the cameras.
And the cameras, yes.
Okay, good. Vendors payment. Where are you? Are you up to date with your vendors payment?
We are not.
And
I mean, we have made our all our entries timely into the ERP, just awaiting for finance to make the final approval into the check run.
what's your delta within the BIT for vendors payment at this time?
Say that again?
What's your delta? What are you owing in vendors payment?
The last time I checked, we were owing about $3 million.
And what is finance telling you? Again, I guess it's revenue based or challenges?
Yes, revenue based. We submit weekly our critical payments, and we continuing to track to ensure that they make it into the check run.
Okay. So, Director Ross, are you properly staffed up now with your technical skills to really carry out the mission of BIT?
I think that we need to expand more.
1 minute.
I think that the Bureau of Information Technology has an awesome role, and there's a lot to be done, but with the limited staff that we have, we could only do a certain amount where we have.
So we attended a conference recently, the Knowledge Conference with ServiceNow in terms of the artificial intelligence, AI, and I was kind of blown away. Number one, by the participant. We had over 20,000 individuals that participated there.
30 seconds.
How do you see AI supporting and assisting your BIT or the government on a wide, especially at your service desk and those areas?
So definitely artificial intelligence can improve the way that the employees of the service desk and employees of BIT operate. It makes them more efficient, can give them the opportunities to one person to be able to do the job of 2 and 3 and 4 people. It allows for proper communication with the customers, identification of problems, cybersecurity efforts. We can triage cybersecurity efforts a lot quicker. So it makes work a lot more efficient.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, I have one more question, if you'd allow it. Thank you. And obviously, you now have your Chief Information Officer within your purview. Tell me, how are we getting a handle on the central government-wide technology upgrades or digital modernization? What's happening in that space in terms of whatever mandates are being sent down to ensure that we're moving towards some semblance of technology modernization?
From a high level, and then I'll ask CTO Bo to talk a little bit about that. But from a high level, we're doing our consolidation efforts. We've started that. We've identified the agencies that we think we could be most impactful with as quickly as we can. And the goal is to be able to expand that effort. It's all about shared services. It's all about us providing the services that every agency needs in order for them to focus on their mission and to focus on their goals. So our technology infrastructure improvements are geared towards bringing on more agencies and to bring them under one umbrella. That's important for cybersecurity as well, and it's also important for the interchange or exchange of information between agencies. But CTO Bo?
Good morning, Mark Ball, Chief Technology Officer. I just want to piggyback on what CIO Ross was indicating. Basically, through our shared services and consolidation effort, it's basically a process of trying to standardize across the government making sure that everybody has commonalities. And what we've done, we've embarked on improving some of those, I want to say, core solutions internally to be able to accommodate that. Most importantly, as the director indicated, is cybersecurity. Being able to have that visibility across the GVI enterprise so that we be able to, of course, protect, detect any anomalies, anything, any infiltrations. That's at the core of what we're studying. And also, too, to give the agencies an ability to be able to become part of the enterprise and to understand our strategic plan and moving forward in standardizing. With standardizing, then, you kind of gain those economies of the scale. Having like equipment and everybody will be basically on the same playing field, so to speak.
Thank you for your responses. Of course, when we hear about 20,000 of our population being displaced, when we talk about our government being reduced to like 6,000 individuals, when we know it to be 10, 12, 30,000 at some point, I believe that we really gonna have to drive the bus by technology if we're able to provide the level of professional service to our customers, our consumers, our constituency as we move forward. So I think that the BIT and technology can be very, very important as we continue to embrace the challenges of this new times in our community. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. So your FY20, first of all, before I even get to that, so the maintenance and agreements and licensing fees for some odd reason, I'm sure there was a reason initially, are budgeted under the miscellaneous section of the budget. However, it appears to me that this is a part of your operational costs. And it makes it very difficult to follow as you look at the budget, your actual budget for each fiscal year. Ms. CFO Harris, do you agree?
It's been a standardized way of us budgeting our main contracts into the miscellaneous section. I do prefer that approach.
Okay. Why?
It allows the flexibility necessary when processing the items through the ERP.
Okay, so they are processed as we call it M accounts or something like that?
All right.
Okay. So they're processed as M accounts and they're under the miscellaneous. But they are part of your regular operations. They are not optional, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, they're not optional expenses. I suspect, I think I recall that one of the concerns was when you brought, because the amounts were so significant, that the concern from the legislature was that we wanted to make sure that we put these amounts in as a line item to ensure that the funds were not spent for anything else. Okay, so let me ask you the government's website, the transparency website, who's managing that?
The transparency website is managed by the Office of Management and Budget.
So what is your role in it?
The current website is being upgraded, and we're a part of a project team to upgrade the site so that it can add the requirements of the legislation that changed the transparency, the transparency information.
But specifically, what does the Office of Management and Budget do with the transparency website? So how do you keep the information updated? It just seemed to me like IT professionals are the people that should be making sure. I mean, there's one thing to put in the data, but the management of the website is a different thing. So what is their role as opposed to your role?
Yeah, so in this particular project, we've been facilitating the technology that the site is on. I believe that there's a contractor that is developing the interfaces with all of the entities that's supposed to provide the data. So we're supporting their needs as they put it together and create this site. So we're not actually doing the site.
Yeah, that's it just seems to me that a website like this, the management of the platform, etc., should be on your end. The data dump should be on the end of OMB, who puts in the data. But the managing of the website, because when was the last time you looked at the website?
It's been a few months.
Yeah, and I've been looking at it, and I am having a difficult time maneuvering it. It's not very friendly. It just does not have a dashboard approach. So, and that's my concern. You know, if you have folks in the government proper who are, you know, technology experts like yourself, then, you know, it'll have a better look. I've been trying to find some information and I can't find it. So I just asked my staff again to pull it up to find out if we are able to find the information. Yeah, so there's a lot of information that's lacking from it. So I guess the colleagues, one of the things we're probably going to have to do is revisit the transparency website to the legislation to see exactly what we're missing, because there are departments and agencies that are missing from it. So that's why I asked who's responsible for that platform, because even if the information is missing, it should still have a tab for that agency. So that is a challenge, and you know, it's important for us to ensure that there is, in times like these, that there is transparency is important. I mean, from the legislative perspective, the legislature passed the legislation to ensure accountability and transparency, but it seems like we're still struggling with making sure that the information on that website is in fact available and updated in a timely fashion. All right. I'm going to go to the next senator, then I'm going to get into these numbers, okay? I'm going to do Senator DeGraff. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifier. All of you listening and present. Happy birthday to Mr. President. Wishes and blessings for much success. Director, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Okay, I would like to, you have a copy of the Post Auditor's report?
I do.
Okay, so on page 4, on the general fund overview, the 24 budget, we're looking at the 12,980,139, and the 25 budget for 11,799,620. The personnel services, you say all of your personnel who are unionized receive wage increases. Everyone?
We don't have any unionized employees at the Bureau of Information Technology. However, all of them are scheduled for pay increase. All of the employees.
Okay. So the schedule for pay increase in 25?
Based
budget?
on this budget, yes.
Oh, okay. But then the budget for personnel is less than the 24 budget. That's what has me thrown for a loop.
Address that?
The budget for personnel. Yes,
Right.
I'm reviewing it. I'm noticing the budget for personnel has increased from 24 to 25.
Okay, so the personal services has increased, and the fringe benefits have has gone down.
Yes.
So what I'm saying is, we're talking about how many personnel?
29 total.
29 total?
There are 24 active, and then we have 5 vacancies.
So 24 personnel are going to receive wage increases in the 25 budget.
That's correct.
Okay, that's what. And then, what percentage increases they're getting?
Based on the pay scale, it's about between 3 to 5% increase.
3 to 5%. Okay. Okay, I was just looking at the difference of that. Okay. Now, for the third quarter, could you tell me what are your personnel, fringe, utilities, and supply numbers right now for the 24 budget?
The actual expenditures is what you're referring to?
Correct, yes. Personnel, fringe, utilities, and supplies. While you look for that, the director, in the budget book in 2023, there was 1,380,669 for upgrades, and I haven't seen that in the 24 or the 25 budget. Is there a need? Was that upgrade that took place in the 23 budget suffice? They don't need any further upgrades?
The effort for upgrades are in process and have been successfully, some of it has been successfully implemented. We're still working to upgrade some other things. I think that we always are looking at upgrades. It's a part of our hardware life cycle. So we continue to upgrade because we know that it makes our operations more resilient. It also makes our cybersecurity better.
1 minute.
So how do you fund it? Where are you getting the money from for the upgrades? 'Cause I don't see it in the 24 or the 25 budget.
It's rolled up under the M account for maintenance of IT infrastructure.
Oh, okay. Say again. The M account?
Yes, the M1162 account.
Okay.
30 seconds.
For maintenance infrastructure. Okay, good. Did you get the numbers?
Yes, our actuals for personnel right now is 1.1 million. Fringe benefits, 492,000. Supplies, 33,000. Other services, 379,000. Under the M1162, 2.1 million.
Time.
And under the M3103, 317,000. And under the M2012 is 4.3 million.
Okay, your utilities, I didn't get that. You could say it again?
That is rolled up under Department of Finance. I will have to look and retrieve that amount.
Okay, so you could check on that through the chair, you could get that information.
Yes.
So the M62, 1162 is 2.1, you said?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. Okay, and Madam Chair, just in closing, I think I saw where you have a quantum, it is a quantum contract. You have several contracts that say quantum. The one says for manage IT or manage services, all the different contracts under the quantum technology group. What's your total for the quantum technology group in contracts? Professional services.
They-
Page 13 of 17. Thirteen of 17, post auditor's report.
13, okay.
Quantum Technology Group on the right hand side.
There's one contract for IT managed services valued at about $3 million per year. And there's 2 other contracts for our renewal of the licenses for the ServiceNow platform.
Okay, so I was just wondering, is the, so IT or managed services doesn't cover all of that inclusive?
That contract, based on how it's budgeted for fiscal year 25, that contract comes to an end in February of 2025. So the budget request supports that expenditure up until that time. And we also been in planning for the renewal of the licenses to support it. So that's why you will see the renewal of the ServiceNow licenses and the SolarWinds platform as part of the request to consider the renewal of those services.
Okay, I get what you're saying now. Okay, thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
And thank you, Senator DeGraff. So your budget reflects a reduction over fiscal year 2024 at about 1.2 million, correct?
That's correct.
How does that impact your operations?
It does impact our operations because we now have to identify priority projects differently. Obviously, the ones that we want to be able to execute on. We always have a list of things that we're working on, and we're going to have to adjust that list to be able to fit within the budget for things that are more important.
Okay, so that's where my confusion comes in, because when I look at your budget, I didn't see where there was really any room, even this fiscal year, for projects. It just seemed like you were just paying for your current agreements. So I didn't see where you have in your budget any, I mean, what category of your budget would support projects in that $1.2 million in FY24? Because I don't see where you have that wiggle room to do projects. So you have to help me to understand how that works, because I'm looking at your numbers and I don't see it.
Okay. So,
Yes, on page 13 of 17 of the post-audit report, there's some pending line items that are identified there. Those were identified for potential projects for the upcoming fiscal year to give us the flexibility needed to support any new initiatives that may come online.
So, so let's just use one as an example. So you said page 13 of 17 on the post-audit report, and it starts with VA Next Generation Network, that section?
Yes, that section.
So you're saying that there are things in this section. So it says pending? That's what the pending items is what you're making reference to?
Yes.
So and what do they total? Because we would have to, so send back to the committee what those total, because I'm seeing 5, 6, 7. That's 5, 6, 7, like $760,000 in pending. Oh no, I only checked the bottom 7 plus another 7. actually, that's another 7, so that's 14 million. So the question of the day is, and this is, what are those, of those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items, which ones are a priority that you would like to see come online in FY25 that's important to the work and important to the community in particular, because that's part of our responsibility to make sure that, you know, whatever we are looking at is important to your department, your agency, and making sure that you're providing the services at the optimum level. So what are those items?
So I think that all of them are important, but I would say that as I look down the list of pending projects, that definitely our IT network upgrades as it relates to our security.
The IT network upgrades at 150,000?
That's correct.
Okay.
Definitely our security upgrades.
Your security upgrades at 200,000. Mm-hmm. So the first one would be 1, the second one would be 2. So we're going to ask you to send them back in order of priority.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
And just tell us what is the importance of the security upgrades, the $200,000.
Thank you. Okay.
No, you could tell me that on the record.
What's the importance of it?
Mm-hmm.
Definitely our cybersecurity effort continues. We're trying to become more resilient. Obviously, we understand that cybersecurity issues arise, and we're no different than anyone else. We're going to be struck by them, but we have to be able to recover quickly. So this will give us the opportunity to implement strategies to be able to reduce our risks and reduce our vulnerabilities, as well as if we happen to have a cyber incident, that we'll be able to recover more quickly.
Okay, and then you have some contracts that I see are expiring or have expired in fiscal year 24. Are those contracts coming back online? ServiceNow software, licensing costs, additional ServiceNow CMS license. I think you spoke about solar, wind, Orion management services renewal. There's a whole bunch. So
yes, they would be coming back online.
So the funding is available for these as presented in your budget.
Yes.
However, those that are pending, that's the ones that are hanging out.
That's correct.
Okay, so we want to be clear on that. So send them back to us in order of priority so we can, at minimum, try our best to support your initiatives. Good?
I just wanted to point out the pending items are included in the M1162 budgeted requests.
Okay, so you don't need the money then?
We do need the money. No, I just wanted to highlight.
No. I thought you were
thought it
looking
was
for
additional?
additional.
Oh, okay, I got you.
So there's no additional.
There's no additional.
So then you're gonna make me beg this question then. So if we included it, okay, last fiscal year, why are they not online yet?
Can you repeat the question?
So in our budget that we provided, the appropriation rather, those clearly were included. So those are still pending then? Are they still considered pending? Do you have contracts online for these? How many of these are contracted to date?
No, these are entirely new items. They were not considered in this fiscal year's budget.
Which fiscal year?
Fiscal year 24.
Okay, so what made me ask the question is because your fiscal year 25 budget, a recommendation that came down to the legislature, is $1.2 million less than your fiscal year 24 appropriation. In 24, we gave you 12.9, which is give or take 13 million, and here it's now 11.9, which is 12 million. So it's to the tune of about $1 million. That's different. So can you afford $1 million reduction based on the services that are provided to you?
I think the critical services that we have are accounted for. We recognize that it's less, and that's based on the government's overall
I know you
picture.
gotta give me the political answer, you know, well, can you pay your bills? That's the question, because if you have these contracts that are let, how are you going to pay the bills if you have $1 million reduction? That is the concern.
So,
Because are you saying to us that in FY24 that you're going to see a savings on your appropriation of $1 million? That's basically what you're saying.
the contracts that we have or that we need to renew are accounted for in our budget. The
Okay, so we're
initiatives,
gonna give you what came down as a recommendation then.
that is what we're hoping, yes.
So then you have $1 million this year, because we have a decision that we have to make, Mr. President, where the governor sent down a request for us to pay. There's a need to fill a delta for the Medicaid program. And I've been thinking about it ever since I saw the correspondence. But it doesn't say to us, it just said take it from any place in the general fund, which I think is very irresponsible. You have to give us, what am I giving up in order to come up with this $3 million, which is very much needed. So you just basically tell me that you got $1 million that you could give us towards this Medicaid program. Yeah.
Next fiscal year, we're willing to do less with the money that we're going to receive.
But if you're doing less next fiscal year, your work is contract, the work that, the bulk rather of your expenses are tied to contracts. So if it's tied to contracts, are you gonna, that's what I'm trying to figure out, are you moving away from some of these contracts? Are these contracts, is it that as the years go by, the contract amount become less? What is it that, we have to understand what this $1.8 million, means for your agency. So you may not have given it a lot of thought. I know you have your marching orders as it relates to, because I sat there. So I get it, but we want to make sure that you're not coming back and saying, because we've had experiences where commissioners we've passed the budget based on, in many instances, based on the recommendations, and then we see that the legislature is in a war with the agencies, and people are writing op-eds and stuff in the Daily News saying that we did not fund the requests, but the agency came down to the legislature based on a recommendation provided by the executive branch, by the governor, and we, followed as much as we could and did not give the increases that they requested. So if you're saying that, we don't want you to come back and say, oh, the reason why we got a problem with cybersecurity is because the legislature ain't fund us. I want to make sure we clear on that. You see what I'm saying? So send back to the committee. I need you to send back to the committee. I think you have it here, I think you have it. I think you did an excellent job, as a matter of fact, with your budget. You have laid out your expenses. You're saying that your total other services and charges is $5.4 million, give or take 5.5, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so your appendix, pretty much, I don't even have to ask you to send nothing back because you have it. So this is your priorities for fiscal year. So you have an extra, so what are you doing with $1 million this year?
We've had things that so it's not just licensing and contracts. Like for instance, this past year, we've upgraded our infrastructure. So that's a lot of switching and networking equipment, a lot of installation.
Okay.
So those type of projects that come like once every 3 or 5 years are the things that are not included.
Okay, good. So we're back to the same conversation. So in this fiscal year, you did some work that would have account for that $1 million.
Yes.
So again, send back to the committee, what is it, what work would you like to get done in fiscal year 24-5 that's not included in these numbers?
Got you. Okay,
You
I
understand now?
Yes, I do.
Okay, good. Then your personnel services, I think when one of my colleagues was asking a question in St. Thomas, you said that, have you granted salary increases in fiscal year 24?
No, we have not.
So you have not. And I think you said that the intent is to grant salary increases in 25?
That is correct.
And I think you said that you have 14 classified positions. Are they non-union classified or they straight classified? They are not union.
Non-union.
So you have 14 non-union. So are you saying that there is a pay scale that's coming out for non-union classified employees?
Yeah, there is one, yes. There is a pay scale that was developed and presented to us to accommodate pay increases based off of that pay scale.
Okay. However, this is my concern. My concern is the amount that you are proposed, that's presented for you in your personnel for 25 is only additional $18,000. You saw that, right?
Yes.
So based on the pay scale, I need you to send back to the committee what is the amount that you're looking at for the increase for the employees. I really haven't asked about the fringe benefits for the departments because it's supposed to be a standard amount across the board. But let me just ask you, do you have a percentage for your associated fringe?
Yes, it's calculated based on the rates that are given to us. So that resulted in the amount for fringe.
But what's that percentage? Because I know it fluctuates, but what's the higher amount?
I'll have to get back to you.
Because I think it is someplace around 45%.
Okay.
Based on the numbers, it's a little lower, like 44.5 or something like that. But you don't have to get back to me on that. We need to just get a number from the Office of Management and Budget as to how they come up with associated fringe, because we'll do our own calculations.
Okay.
Because some people, everybody has insurance.
Yes, for the most part, most of our employees have insurance.
Impact the difference. Oh, no, it's not the insurance. It's like it is the insurance. It's single or family. That's
Correct.
what impacts it.
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, and then what was the other? So you continue to say that who receives the utility bills for your office?
Since the monies are transferred to the single payer fund, Department of Finance has the responsibility in paying the bills on a monthly basis. So that's the reason why out of sight, out of mind. Department of Finance has been tracking and paying based on the bills that are sent in.
But who do receive the bills? Your office?
Our office receives the paper bills that comes in through the mail. Department of Finance has access to the electronic bills.
So what do y'all do with them?
Maintain it in a folder for the time being.
So this is a problem, colleagues. You see the problem, right? So, and I asked the question because I've asked just about every department that has come before us about this. The issue is the single payer came about because departments and agencies were not paying their bills on time. But there's still a responsibility for departments and agencies to review those bills to make a determination. Just like when you review a personal bill and sometimes they'll overcharge you, to determine whether or not your department is being overcharged. And I find that agencies have completely removed themselves from the process, and finance is just paying the bills that WAPA sent. That was never the intent of that legislation. It was just to make sure that bills were being paid on time. So, Mr. Ross, we're going to ask you, you have a WAPA bill of $250,000 in your budget annually. Do you know whether or not you spend up to $250,000?
Last fiscal year, we spent $267,000.
And based on this fiscal year and the amount that you've spent thus far, are you on track to be within the $250,000 or are you on track to be higher?
We're on track to be higher, honestly.
So kindly send back to the committee the bills that you've paid thus far and the estimate, because you could look at the historical from the months in this fiscal year to determine exactly a good approximation as to what it will look like in fiscal year 24. Because we need to have a clear understanding of that. Because if what's happening is monies are going into the single pay account, somebody probably paying your bill, whatever the difference is, 250, the difference was 10,000. That's happening. So from time to time, the fund has no money in it because of that. So we need to figure out how to balance it out. The intent of the legislation was to make sure that we were paying WAPA bills on time, not to take away the responsibility from the departments and agencies from checking their bills to make sure that their bills make sense and they're not being overcharged or undercharged for that matter. Or there's, in instances where there's water, that there is in line loss in the water and you're just paying these exorbitant bills. We have to watch our money, watch our bills. Okay, seems like we've almost exhausted our time with you. I don't know if my colleagues have any other questions. Senator Francis Jr. Okay, good. So what we're going to do then is we're going to do a 2-minute round. So, okay, Senator Francis, that's you. Senator Francis, you recognize for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. In respect to WAPA, I'm also concerned that when these bills are received, that of course they'll be mine. Do you look at the usage? Certainly do the comparison, because what we have seen, at least in the private sector, is that these bills continue to be increased significantly. I have individuals that have approached me with bills that started out at $200, they paid over the last several months, and then it increased to $2,000, $3,000. So if they're doing that there to the private sector, I would imagine similar is being done to the government of the Virgin Islands. So we need to really look at that. In addition to that, we want to be able to analyze the bills to determine whether or not there is some energy efficiency that we could deploy within the government agencies to reduce the cost, turn off additional lights, get the LEDs, those type of things, so that you don't have all of the government money just going towards paying WAPA. All right. We've already given them over $100 million, and every time we turn around, there is some need for additional money. So we have other things to do in this government.
1 minute.
Real quickly, have you received any additional money through any additional funding through ARPA, through CARES, through the Office of Insular Affairs? Are you earmarked to receive any additional monies?
We receive additional money from, I think, CARES as well as...
How much is that?
About 900,000, close to 900,000.
How was that money used?
It will support the contract VIPD with the in-vehicle routing solution.
Have you provided that data to our post-audit division?
I believe I did, yes.
Okay, please double check.
30 seconds.
I think it's important that we are able to get that tracking of the... Additionally, so is it your testimony today that you believe that your budget is adequate to carry out the vision of BIT?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis, and I do have to agree with you that I think we have lost the departments and agencies have set aside their responsibility when it comes to reviewing these WAPA bills. I mean, this is everybody that I've asked, that's basically what they're saying. They have a responsibility to review these bills. And OMB, I mean, Department of Finance, who receives the electronic copy?
Department of Finance. I know we were asked to give them access.
So that's a problem. That was never the intent of the legislation. You still should be responsible for putting in your money, your bills into the system. I don't know how we to get to the places we to get. It's just not an automatic pay. That's a conversation we need to have with. We need to revisit the legislation, and that's a conversation we need to have with Department of Finance. It's just not an automatic pay. That's very irresponsible. for us to be doing that at the Department of Finance. But I see you have some positions that were in your budget in fiscal year 24 that's saying remove. Network Systems Manager. I think they were removed. I don't know when they were removed. Help Desk Specialist removed. Service Desk Manager removed. And then you have a IT Manager position. One is filled at $94,000, and then the other one is vacant at $44,000. That's a difference of $50,000. How are you going to get a position filled at $44,000?
Currently, we have advertised that position. It will be a conversation we need to have with OMB. We did receive an approved PRF for that position, and we're working to fill it.
For how much money?
It's at $80,000.
Okay, but what did you represent in this information that you shared with us? Because I think you represented 44.
44, that's correct.
How you feel it at 44? And IPRF say 80.
Right, it's a conversation.
We have to
Yes.
get updated personnel lists from these departments. Yeah, one can be at 94 and the other one be at 44. Is it the same responsibilities? Mr. Ross?
Yes, but obviously one is on board already and is moving up to their
At $50,000 more?
No. I think we're
Less? I mean?
we're according to what I understand, it's the PRF was for 80,000.
But the budget reflects 44.
I know what the budget reflects. Yeah.
You see what it do to us? So this is you can't. So the issue is you're looking to fill this position. Nothing is wrong with parading it in fiscal year 24 because of when the position is coming online. But as you present your budget for 25, you intend to fill it in 24, right?
That's correct.
So then it has to be presented at the filled position, because usually you say you intend to fill it by 9/16/2024. So that means that position is at 100% at that point once 10/1 comes. So we need you to send us an updated. Do you have what do you call it? Individuals who are interested in the position?
Yes.
Yes.
So you have interviews coming up? What?
We've had interviews, yes.
So you have an approved PRF?
Yes.
And you've had interviews. So more than likely that position will be filled before this fiscal year ends.
That's correct.
Yes, so you have to make the adjustment. I think I see you had another one for like 30,000. Security analyst. And then a network security administrator, 30,000. What does that mean?
Yes, so we have advertised already for the network security administrator. The only position we haven't advertised as yet is the security analyst.
But what are those true salaries though? Because I suspect those are at the same.
Yes, network security administrator at 60,000.
Mm-hmm.
Security analyst, 60,000.
Mm-hmm.
And the chief information security officer is at 91,000.
So then your personnel numbers are not correct. Update your personnel numbers and send them back to us. I suspect you intend to fill these in fiscal year 24.
24.
So then you're going to be short if you're able to fill these positions, because your salary increases are not included in this budget.
The
Correct.
salary increases for our existing personnel is included in this budget.
Okay, I know, because you have fees on compensation not otherwise classified at 82,000. What does that represent?
We budgeted that amount just to be able to negotiate the salary of our vacancies up or down.
Okay, send me an updated personnel listing, please. I think we need to scrub this a little better. And what you do is you say to those that you're to be filled, then you say to be filled FY24, so we can budget them appropriately, because right now they're not. So your numbers for 24/5, I think, appears to be less than what you will need. Okay? I forget I had a 2-minute round. Just wanted to get this clear. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Director Ross, I just wanted to be perfectly clear, because I think in the first round I didn't understand, or you didn't understand me. So my question is, are we using general funds, VI general funds, to pay for face recognition technology at the moment?
The technology for the cameras has the ability to recognize a face, but facial recognition and recognizing a face are two different technologies. So for instance, as they review the video, they may be able to identify a face of a person walking by. They're not comparing it to any other faces.
Okay, so I'm going to take that explanation as yes. Okay, so then are we storing this face recognition technology in a data bank? Are we storing this somewhere in your data bank?
1 minute.
It is not being stored at BIT, it's being stored at VIPD.
How long? I say that again. I didn't get you clearly.
It's stored at the. There's a technical term for it, and it escapes you at a minute. But it's stored at the network. The NVR at VIPD.
30 seconds.
Okay. Well, and I want to go on record that I support the face recognition technology because I think it's a good thing and it helps to deter crime. I just wanted you to tell me that yes, we're doing it. It's not that there's anything wrong with it. I just wanted you to say yes, and I think the answer is yes. Okay, I wanted to go to VINGN quickly because VINGN is a losing organization right now. Madam Chair, can I just finish my question?
Yeah, you may wrap up, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so what's the collaboration with VINGN and BIT? Because it seems like originally it was organized so that their fees could provide much more revenues than they're realizing now, and they're actually losing money. What's your collaboration? How can BIT help NGN?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. I don't know how BIT can help VINGN. I do know that we utilize VINGN. We're an ISP for VINGN for the government, and so that means that we can offer internet services using the VINGN network to other agencies of the government. We collaborate with them on their technology, what they're doing in their technology so that we could be aware of what they're doing as well as utilize some of their newer technology. And as it relates to funding opportunities, as it relates to grants and the services that are in the grant and those that apply to the government of the Virgin Islands. So as far as helping them, we're not in that position to assist them and to develop more revenue or to become more, I would venture to say, profitable.
Okay, good. So you've safeguarding critical information here on page 2. You've implemented that so there are no more data breaches that are going to come up in the future. And thank you very much, Madam Chair, for being so cooperative. Thank you. If you could answer that question on the chair's time.
Yes. So yes, that's
critical information and data breach.
Right. That is our effort is to reduce the risk of data breaches. There is still a risk that is always present when it comes to cybersecurity and data breaches. Our goal is to reduce that risk and to understand what those risks are and to mitigate against them. And the efforts that we do are focused around protecting, detecting, responding to, and recovering from a data breach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Blessings.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator De Graaf, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, I just want to go over 2 points that I mentioned from before. With the upgrades, where you said they're under M1162, what Madam Chair was asking you to about in regards to where you have pending on page 13 of 17 under professional services, I still don't know where you're getting the money from to upgrade the systems. If you're taking such a cut, and she mentioned the same thing that I'm confused with. So if you're going to use the monies from the pending, it still doesn't cover the amount of monies that you used to upgrade in 23, which is 1.3 million.
So those were projects in 24, and those projects have been completed. We look at them as projects, and so the scale and scope of the project has changed, obviously because the funding has changed.
1 minute.
But the network upgrades in 24 have been, majority have been, the equipment has been purchased, majority of it has been completed, and the next year we'll continue with upgrades as we can with the funding that we have. Okay,
and again with the wage increases, you have GS employees, which there is, like you said, GS schedule, and in calculating
30 seconds.
the bare 2740 for the government entry at 3.5%, you ain't gonna cover 24 employees on the GS pay scale and the other salaries that they make based on the increase that you have for personnel. So again, too, I would like to ask that you really review that part so we could make sure those employees are actually covered. Okay?
Time.
Based on my own.
Okay, thank you for that, and we'll review and return the information.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator De Graaf. Let me just say that the Bureau of Information Technology thus far, you have been the agency that, thank you for your transparency. You have provided all of the information that we needed to help us to make a decision, with the exception of the questions that we asked for a little more detail, but your testimony and your exhibits provided the information that we need. I'm asking the other agencies, because we've had agencies that come here and talk to us about what their responsibilities are, what their accomplishments are, but not providing the details around their budget. So I want to thank you for your transparency in providing the information that we need. So this will really help us to help you. All right. I think I had a question, but we're going to close the meeting in a few. I'm going to read back through the chair requests so you can begin working on those items post haste. But again, we're going to review the transparency website, because as we look at the transparency website, the details were there previously. The details are not there now. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what happened, but I guess we have to find out who is I know. We have to find out, to drill on a little deeper as to who's that responsible, what part of the Office of Management and Budget is responsible for that transparency website, and look at the legislation to determine whether or not we need to make amendments to it, because the information just isn't there. The information is high level, but the intent was for the citizens to be able to go in and see what's happening within these respective departments, what contracts are let, what's the purpose of the contracts, et cetera. It needs a dashboard, and that is not readily available to us. Us meaning the community, as the website stands today. And I know previously you could see that information. So I'm not certain what the challenges are, and that's why it's so important. Do you pay that bill? Who pays the bill?
We don't pay that. No, we don't pay that bill. No.
So y'all don't pay that bill. So y'all basically don't have anything to do with that.
I believe that as part of the project team, it was us, Department of Finance and Office of Management and Budget, that was supposed to implement the new version of the transparency website. We've worked together to do that. I believe that there were some challenges on data gathering and data uploading, and then also presentation, user experience. And I believe, if I remember correctly, that's where we kind of backed up a little bit after we were having challenges in presenting the information.
Yeah, it appears that it continues to be a challenge, but we continue to process transactions daily. So we have to get back to the intent of that legislation. Okay, Mr. Deputy Director, would you like to add anything to this conversation?
I just want to say thank you. On behalf of the
Mr.
BIT
Tucker,
team.
sorry, Mr. Tucker, you didn't speak before, so put your name on the record for the stenographer.
Jonathan Tucker, Deputy Director, BIT. Once again, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity for the BIT team to present its budget to you and your colleagues today.
All right, and Mr. Paris, did you want to add anything to the conversation before we wrap up? I'm good. Great.
Thank you.
And Mr. Bow, family.
I'd just like to thank the legislature for the opportunity for allowing us to present our budget today.
Okay, perfect. So based on the discussion that we had today, we're going to be sending a letter to you based on the through the chair request. You need to provide us with the utilities, your utility expenses and your projections out to September 30th. September 30th. And again, we talked about your priority items that you would like to see in next fiscal year, if you have any projects that you would like to see come online, because your budget is very tight. And the information around the salary increases, because your budget does not include. Did you say that the salary increases will be granted this year or next year?
Next year.
So it's next year.
Correct.
Okay, so usually we would have, those would be tied to, why next year? The pay plan for the non-union classified is effective next year or effective this year?
It's effective October 1.
2020?
2024.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so still send it to us, but I don't think we could include it in your department proper. We have to include it in the numbers that usually would go in the miscellaneous under OMB for salary increases, but we would still like to see what it is.
Okay.
Okay, and then your updated personnel listing, because of the fact that you're bringing personnel on, but your numbers are showing still the prorated numbers for FY25. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm going to give Mr. Ross a 30-second close, and then we're going to close the meeting with BIT for today.
Thank you, Chairperson Fred Gregory, for the opportunity for us to present our budget to you and the committee. We look forward to continuing our conversation with you and providing you with the information that you need. I think that the team is happy with the comments that you've made about the presentation of the budget. So thank you for that. And last but not least, I'd like to at least recognize the rest of the team back at the office who is watching, who are paying attention, and I really appreciate the work that you guys do. I could not do it by myself. It's impossible to do it by myself. So I just want to say that. And with that, I thank you again. And
all right. Well, thank you. And again, I can't say it enough. Thank you for providing the information that we need, and thank you for sharing, for being transparent with your information. Okay, when you don't have anything to hide, then people feel comfortable with helping. So I definitely appreciate the information and the way you have provided. So you have a good person in Miss Harris. Yeah, good person. I think I said that before too, right? Yeah, I said that. I remember saying that already. Okay, good. So the Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance stands in recess until 12:15. The committee is back on the record. Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask you to read block number 2 into the record.
Block number 2, Election Systems of the Virgin Islands and Board of Elections. Invited testifiers are Ms. Carolyn Fawkes, Supervisor of Elections, Election System of the Virgin Islands, and Ms. Alecia Wells, Chairperson, Joint Board of Elections. This ends the reading of today's agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I am seeing the election supervisor, but I'm not certain if the chairperson, Ms. Alecia Wells, is on Teams. So I need to get a queue up from media as to whether she's on Teams. No? Does Ms. Fawkes, do you know whether or not Ms. Wells, she has a testimony?
No, she doesn't. I'm the only one.
Pardon? She's on now? She's on now. Okay, perfect.
But I'm the only one testifying, Senator.
Okay, so you're testifying on behalf of the board as well?
Yes, I usually do.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to ask you to put your name and title on the record.
Good afternoon, Senator Fred Gregory, Caroline Fawkes, Supervisor of Elections.
And I'm going to ask Miss Wells, I almost said Fred Wells, Miss Wells to put her name and title on the record, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Alecia M. Wells. I am the chair of the Board of Elections, Election System of the Virgin Islands.
Okay, here you go. All right, so we're now seeing you. Okay, so I understand that there is only one testimony, so we're going to proceed with the testimony of Mrs. Carolyn Fawkes. You may proceed. Oh, actually, with the testimony of Dr. Carolyn Fawkes. You may proceed, Dr. Fawkes.
Good afternoon, Senate. Honorable Chairwoman Donna Fred Gregory. Today I'm Supervisor Fawkes, so we'll leave it at that.
Dr. Supervisor.
No. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairwoman Donna Fred Gregory, distinguished members of the Committee on Finance, other members of the 35th Legislature, members of the press, the viewing and listening audience. I am Caroline Fawkes, Supervisor of Elections, a certified elections registration administrator. Appearing with me today is Board of Elections Chairwoman Alecia Wells, who is also SERA certified. It is an honor to appear before you to present the election system of the Virgin Islands fiscal year 2025 proposed budget, which includes the Board of Elections and the Office of the Supervisor, along with an overview of our accomplishments, challenges, and goals. First, I'd like to begin with the vision and mission of the election system of the Virgin Islands, ESVI. Our vision to retain and increase public confidence in the election system by assuring all of our elections are fair, accessible, secure, and transparent. Our mission statement: to conduct reliable elections and accurately maintain voter registration records for the Virgin Islands system, upholding the laws, policies, and court decisions of federal and local jurisdictions. Commit to excellence and competence by maintaining the highest level of knowledge and expertise in the election process. Maintain public confidence in honest and impartial elections. Provide equal opportunity to participate in the democratic process. Maintain a positive role in community relations by being accessible, informative, and receptive to both individual citizens and groups. Protect the public's interest from manipulation for personal or partisan gain while respecting the rights of all. Maintain a productive and efficient operation through a well-managed election environment through actions and communication. maintain the highest level of integrity in performing all duties of the electoral process. The Board of Elections is the elected policymaking body of the election systems of the Virgin Islands. The Board of Elections consists of 14 members from the St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix districts for a 4-year term. 2 of the members in the St. Thomas, St. John district must be residents of St. John. The Board of Election members are Chairwoman, Mistress Alecia Wells, Sierra, Vice Chairwoman, Ms. Shakima Jones-Prow, Secretary, Lydia Hendricks, Sierra, members, Florine Ardane Hassel, Sierra, Kareem T. Francis, Atanya Springett Basholta, Lisa Harris Moorhead, Esquire, Sierra, Ifani Joseph, Sierra, Michael A. Joseph, Esquire, Angeline Leardom, Harriet Mercer, Liliana Belado de O'Neill, Sierra, Arturo Watlington Jr., Esquire, Sierra, and Raymond J. Williams, Sierra. The Office of the Supervisor of Elections overview. The Supervisor of Elections administers all federal, territorial, and special district elections in accordance with the Virgin Islands Election Code, Title 18, the Federal Help American Act, HAVA, the National Voting Rights Act, NVRA, the Uniform and Overseas Citizens Absentee Voting Act, UCAVA, the Americans with Disability Act, ADA, and the federal voting rights laws. Apart from general administration and office functions, the duties of the election office, which include processing all registration applications from qualified Virgin Islands residents, issuing registration cards, maintaining accurate voter registration statistics, providing periodic list maintenance to ensure accurate and current voter registration records. The supervisor is responsible for planning, organizing, assigning, reviewing, and evaluating the work of assigned staff in support of the election, as well as performing more complex tasks relative to the elections process. Review and interprets legislation to determine the impact on division and makes recommendations to the Board of Election or the legislature of the Virgin Islands to address impacts. Monitors to ensure safety and security principles and protocols and procedures are being followed to regulations. Maintaining and safeguarding Virgin Islands voting equipment. Testing voting equipment and programs and ballot tabulation equipment prior to each election. Designing, printing, and proofing ballots pursuant to Virgin Islands election law. Processing requests for and mailing vote by mail ballots and related elections material to voters, including military and overseas voters. Receiving and securing mail ballots. Verifying signatures and initial petitions and certifying election results. Maintaining a website to provide candidates, voters, and the public with valuable information and news. Distributing news released to local news organizations to keep the public informed of election news. Filing, qualifying, and disqualifying candidates for nomination. Verifying and certifying petition signatures for candidates who qualify by the petition process. Receiving and reviewing for completion campaign finances reports and financial disclosure statements. Monitoring campaign reports and assessing fines when necessary. This is just a synopsis of the Supervisor of Election duties and responsibilities. All the supervisor duties lead to our main responsibility, maintaining integrity of the elections by assuring that all Virgin Islands' voice are heard clearly through the election process, casting of the ballots on each and every election day. I would like to recognize and thank the 12 phenomenal, knowledgeable, experienced, and dedicated election staff. Mr. Terrell Alexandre Sierra, the St. Croix Deputy Supervisor. Ms. Kiva May Douglas Sierra, St. Thomas St. John Deputy Supervisor. Mistress Yulette Tadman Hodge and Mrs. Milagritos Vincent, Senior Elections Assistant. Ms. Marie Felix, Ms. Stephanie Joseph, Ms. Sherry Richardson, Mistress Marino Romero, Election Assistant, and Ms. Tricia Johnson, Administrative Assistant, and the Board Executive Assistant, Mr. Richard Wilson, the performance-driven team. I would like to publicly congratulate our 2024 Employees of the Year. In the St. Croix District, Ms. Tricia Johnson, an employee for 19 years, and in the St. Thomas St. John District, Ms. Sherry Richardson, an employee for 21 years. They both have received this honor on 2 other occasions. ESVI also had one retirement from the St. Croix District on December 31st, 2023, Mistress Blanca Maldonado, after 17 years. We wish her success in the next phase of her life. We welcome Mistress Marie Ann Romero, Mistress Maldonado's replacement, to the elections creme de la creme team on March 11th, 2024. We had some joyous occasions in the beginning of 2024, but we did have a major loss. We are still dealing with the grief. Mistress Melba Smith, a 15 years employee from the St. Thomas St. John District, passed suddenly in February. We again offer our condolences to her family, friends, and especially the St. John voters. They have worked with her for years and built long-lasting relationships. In her honor, we will be naming our voters' registration records room after her. She championed the cause to ensure records room was clean, organized, and inviting. 2 full-time positions are available in the St. Thomas St. John District. Interviews are completed for one, and the projected start date is August 12th or later. Both positions are expected to be hired in fiscal year 2024. Here we are in an election cycle, and we have 2 new employees onboarding. They are both getting baptized by fire. However, we take the positive from this and plan to make it a great learning experience for all. As a reminder, we operate elections system office on all 3 islands. Therefore, most of our costs are 3 times the amount. Leases, WAPA, Xerox, janitorial, to name a few. To enhance and continually improve our election processes, it comes with a cost. And all the platforms or enhancement we are championing are long-term. In May, Election Systems and Software conducted our maintenance and upgraded on all our voting machines and next-gen e-poll books, which is conducted every 2 years as per the professional contract. This is a cost we could not forecast in a prior year. I want to share one example of unexpected costs with this legislative body and the public. This is a message received from the ESS management team. I want to give you the cost information for battery replacement for your voting equipment in August of 2023. The backup batteries and coin cell batteries in your DS200 and express vote equipment are at the end of life. The replacement batteries are consumable and are not covered under your maintenance contract. The plan is to complete the battery replacement at the maintenance visit during early April 2024. 218 backups, 144 coin cells, DS200 backup batteries 66, DS200 coin cells 66, Express Vote coin cells 78, Express Vote V1 and V2 battery backups 152. Backup batteries $185 a piece, equal $40,330. Coin cells $10 a piece, $1,440, for a total cost replacement batteries of $41,760. In addition, we now have to contract with a local company to dispose of these batteries at another unexpected cost. This is one example of the many I can share. We just had heavy rain the last few months. What happened? Both offices sustained water damage. Although the landlord is responsible for the building, we are responsible for the interior of the buildings. We had to bring in janitorial companies in both districts to wet vacuum the area. We also have a mold issue in the St. Croix office, which the landlord is addressing. However, ESVI wanted to take the testing a step further, and we had to bear that cost twice already. These types of unexpected or unplanned expenditures are real in the Virgin Islands government. How can we continue to effectively and efficiently operate when our annual budget is consistently being reduced and not increased? For over 5 years, we have not received an increase, and the proposal from the Office of Management and Budget is to receive the same annual funding as 2024 in an election year. We are tired of robbing Peter to pay Paul. I can and will no longer take monies from the Office of the Supervisor or the Board of Elections general funds to cover any elections-related expenses. This continuous mode of operation of receiving no increase in the general funds will eventually place the election system of the Virgin Islands in a precarious position. We'll have to cease on any progressive measures we usually try to adapt to move this organization forward and keep relevant with the U.S. mainland and other territories. Office of the Supervisor proposed 2025 budget. Today, I'm here to make a persuasive request for your support of our budget proposal. As mentioned in the letter to Senate President in November 2023, we did not receive adequate funding to conduct the primary, general election, or the 6th Constitutional Convention in the appropriation in 2024. Funding for these elections should be appropriated in fiscal year 24, and these funds should remain available until expended. Acts 8474 appropriated a total of $450,000 to conduct the elections in fiscal year 2024. But the Act did not state until funding is expended. We will need a supplemental budget of $200,000 to execute the 2024 general elections, which includes the 6th Constitutional Convention delegates. ESVI Office of the Supervisor proposed budget for fiscal year 2025 is for $3 million. An estimate of 53% of the budget is spent on salaries and fringe benefits for 8 classified employees and 3 exempt employees. 36% on other services and charges, which includes professional services, training, rental of land, building, capital outlays. 6% communication and security, supplies 3%, and utilities 5%. For FY 2025, the budget proposal is as follows. Personnel services, $1,400,000. Capital outlays, $30,000. Fringe benefits, $394,000. Supplies, $65,000. Professional service and training, $1,025,500. And utility services, $85,500. The need for equipment, salary increases, and services are detailed below. All classified staff are projected to receive salary increase step based on the pay plan. This is estimated at $70,000, including salaries and fringe benefits, and it's also, the exempt employees are included. B, 2 propellant boards for training rooms, the conference rooms of the election systems offices, St. Croix and St. Thomas, estimated cost $15,000 each. Increased costs in professional service contract because of the increase in the amount of voting equipment on hand, the increased leases, and the cost of doing business. Any new automation or enhancement in our elections, including equipment, is expensive. Presently, we are in conversation about obtaining a campaign disclosure public platform. One company's proposal is $50,000 a year. As of June 15, 2024, the Office of the Supervisor has expended $2,082,471.59, 83% of its budget. Next, primary and general election miscellaneous budget. The election system of the Virgin Islands was appropriated $450,000 to conduct the primary and the general election. This amount is not sufficient based on historical data. How can we execute 2 elections with this reduced election funding? As an example, if the Office of the Supervisor utilizes $250,000 for the primary, the balance will be $200,000. How can we be expected to conduct a general election with less funding than the primary election? From 2012, we were appropriated $250,000 to conduct an efficient and successful primary. We have to project about the same amount. I was informed by Office of Management and Budget to be sure the legislature make your appropriation available until expended. The funds should be appropriated to object code 0101 instead of 0100 because our election cycle crosses fiscal years. The primary election is conducted in August and the general election in November. Next, active registered voters. The total number of active registered voters by island are St. Croix, 14,924. St. Thomas, 13,963. And St. John, 1,150. For a total of 30,037 voters. Now we look at the inactive voters. The total number of inactive registered voters by island are St. Croix, 11,781. St. Thomas, 12,607. And St. John, 1,182. Total registered inactive voters, 25,570. We continue to utilize new methods, encouraging all citizens to register to vote, keep their voter registration information current, and participate in the electoral process. Now I'll turn to the Board of Elections proposed 2025 budget. The Board of Elections is requesting $427,860,000 for fiscal year 2025 as follows. Personnel services, $160,760. Fringe benefits, $36,600. Supplies, $2,000. And other services, training, and stipends, $268,500. 35% of the Board of Election budget is expended on salaries and fringe benefits for the administrative assistant, stipends, supply, voter education outreach, legal fees, election-specific training, and certification at Election Center. The Board of Elections will be participating in numerous voter registration drives and voter equipment drives, beginning with the Pate Festival this weekend on St. Croix, VI Housing Department Expo, United Caribbean Association on Emancipation Day in Bottle Park, and Disability Rights Center of VI Expo, to name a few. Interested organizations can submit their requests up to July 3rd, the last day for voters' registration. The Board of Election will also be conducting extended registration for 3 days up to July 3rd. As of 15 June 2025, the Board of Elections has expended $157,698.79, 86% of their budget. Accomplishments. Fiscal year 2024 accomplishments. Mistress Florine Arden Hassel, Mr. Ipani Joseph, and Mr. Terrell Alexandra have completed their serious certification in 2024 and will graduate during the Election Center Annual Conference held September 2024 in Detroit, Michigan. Ms. Tricia R. Johnson will obtain her certification during fiscal year 2025. Many other staff members have taken a few of the election courses and are encouraged to complete their certification. We promote training for growth, shared experience, and networking. B, continuous improvement in cleaning up voter registration database, such as updating mailing addresses due to zip codes modernization, obtaining voters' photo on file, document numbers, and signatures. We are constantly sending out letters to all voters based on their mailing addresses on file. However, many are being returned because of incorrect mailing addresses, which is a cost. C, we have fully transitioned to voting centers and have renamed the previous polling precincts to honor our election heroes and sheroes. This project required every voter being sent a letter, as per Title 18. In the St. Croix district, the staff decided to go with former board members and staff names. The voting centers are named as follows: Dotson K. James Precinct, Corinne Plastic Precinct, Evelyn Messer James Precinct, Carmen M. Golden Precinct, Malcolm Plaskett Precinct, John Abramson Jr. Precinct, Adelbert M. Bryan Precinct, Uzi R. Richards Precinct, Eulalie R. Rivera Precinct, and Rupert W. Ross Jr. Precinct. St. Thomas St. John District, the staff decided to go with estate names. The new precincts names are as follows: Altona and Wellguns Precinct, Frenchman's Bay Precinct, Anna's Retreat Precinct, Charlotte Amali Precinct, West End Precinct, supposed to be East End Precinct, Estate Tutu Precinct, North Look Precinct, and on St. John, we have Cruz Bay Precinct and Coral Bay Precinct. We also encourage all voters to visit our offices and obtain their new free updated voters registration cards. D, the Elections Assistance Commission conducted an audit of the federal grants on February 26 through March 1st of 2024. We feel confident about the outcome of this audit. Of course, the auditors will find discrepancies. However, they did find many of our best practices they will be sharing with all 50 states and territories. We are scheduled for the exit briefing on July 1st, 2024, prior to the finalization of the report. As is their practice, we, along with the Election Assistance Commission grant analysts, will be able to take corrective actions prior to the completion of the report. Those deficiencies that cannot be corrected will have to be addressed in an action plan. Our last federal audit was in 2012. ESVI also goes through the Department of Finance single audit conducted by BOD Audit and Assurance Services. In all of our audit results up to 2021, we had no findings. CE, the Board of Elections has activated the various committees such as personnel, financial, and bylaws. A majority of the committees have been functional and provide quarterly reports at the Board of Elections meeting. F, the Board of Election continues to conduct numerous voter registration and voting machines demonstration. Most recently, they have been to the St. Croix Agricultural and Food Fair on February 18th and 19th, 2024. On June 1st, Saturday, the ESVI conducted a successful registration drive and machine demonstration at her Housing Finance Authority Expo. And thank you to board members Hendricks, Jones-Sproul, Leardom, and Mercer. On June 8th, Saturday, they conducted simultaneous voters registration drive at the Democratic Caucus in both districts. In St. Croix, it was held at Chicken Shack, and in St. Thomas at Waco in Havenside Mall. G, the Board of Elections, along with the Office of the Supervisor, prepared and conducted the first ever Civics Matters Quiz Bowl. The championship round was held on St. Croix at the University of the Virgin Islands, Albert A. Sheen Campus, Great Hall, on October 28, 2023. The following schools participated: Ivana Eudora Ken High School, Free Will Baptist Christian School, Seventh-day Adventist School, Good Hope Country Day School, Tutu Church of God Academy, St. Joseph High School, Antilles School, Educational Complex High School, Charlotte Amalia High School, Central High School, and All Saints Cathedral School. It was a resounding success. St. Croix Educational Complex and St. Thomas Charlotte Amalia High School competed in the championship round, and the champion crowned was St. Croix Educational Complex High School. H, ESVI came before this legislative body 4 times in this fiscal year. Topics were GVI employees not having to take leave to run for office twice, District Judge Malloy Republican Political Party order, and to elect the Attorney General. We have not been before this body to discuss any pertinent election reform measures, which is sad. 2 years and no major piece of legislation passed that will positively impact the election system of the Virgin Islands. Next, goals. A, many jurisdictions across the United States are successfully modernizing their voter registration database. Electronic registration is a key building block of automatic registration. It gives citizens the choice to be electronically registered to vote at the same time they do business with government agency, such as applying for a driver's license or human services benefits. By digitally transferring the voter registration information to the Election Systems Office. This eliminates errors caused by paper records, rekeying information, and it cleans up the voter rolls and saves the election system money. The estimated cost, $45,000. Voting centers enhanced in order to be utilized, rental of equipment, power light sets, backup generators, rental of space if no public building space is available. C, elections advancement and ensuring our automation continues to keep up with industry trends and innovations. D, participate in a National Voter Registration Day, September 17th, by holding an expo on all 3 islands on September 21st and or the 28th to incorporate the last day of registration prior to the closing period on October 6, 2024. Whether you are new to the world of registering voters or you are a National Voter Registration Day veteran, everyone can use a little help getting their friends, family, and the broader community registered to vote. We also partner with numerous government and nonprofit organizations to ensure this day is informative, educational, and afford networking opportunities. E, to provide a digital form of voter identification card. Voters can save them to their phone, tablets, or mobile device. This will be funded utilizing federal grants estimated in 2025. F, voters can cast their ballots on any island and it will still be counted in the proper district. All official ballots have the name of the polling precincts on them. Estimated 2028. G, voters able to cast their ballot via electronic medium. Estimated 2030. H, we are in discussion to obtain an election status database. This is America's #1 platform for historical election results reporting. With their software, our agency can save time, eliminate costly records requests, and increase voter confidence. Election Stats is a dynamic resource to organize and systemize electronic election results in a manner that makes the data visible and useful to all. They accept historic election files and archive data, as well as data from many formats to make it uniform and accessible. And we are very impressed with the platform. And that was Clay Helms, the Director of Elections, Alabama's Secretary of State. ESVI will be the first territory to obtain this platform. ESVI will begin with 2010 elections data to present. The estimated cost is $16,000 in 2025. And again, F, to increase voter registration, numbers, and participation rates. Next, I'll go to our challenges. The non-receipt of adequate general funds, that's A, the non-receipt of adequate general funds for the Office of the Supervisor to operate efficiently and effectively. B, inadequate funding to conduct the general elections. ESVI will need an additional $200,000. C, educating, empowering, and encouraging more citizens to register and voters to participate in the elections. D, various election-related correspondence are mailed and emailed to voters with little response. E, the election system of the Virgin Islands has worked tirelessly and continues to submit proposed revisions to Title 18 of the Virgin Islands Code with input from the public and other organizations. F, the utilization of some public schools as voting centers which do not have adequate lighting, electrical outlets, etc. And G, due to the 2017 hurricanes and many schools condemned, we are challenged in finding adequate spaces to conduct elections. Just highlights and election reminders. Again, the important dates for the 2024 election cycle: the primary, last day to register, July 4th, 2024. Early voting, July 16th through the 23rd, 2024. Election day, Saturday, August 3rd, 2024. 2024 general election, last day to register to vote, October 6th, 2024. Early voting, October 14th through the 28th, 2024. Election day, Tuesday, November 5th, 2024. Number 2, the 2024 election events calendar, to include the 6th Constitutional Convention, is available on our website or in each of the elections office. Number 3, June 30th, campaign disclosure reports are due July 18th. This is not applicable to anyone who has received, expended, or has less than $500 in their account. Your requirement will be to submit a letter stating such. Yes, upgrading voting machines is essential to maintain election integrity and security. In summary, continuous funding and upgrades are necessary to ensure reliable and secure voting systems. I humbly ask that this body grant us the fiscal year 2025 budget in the amount of $300,000 requested, $3 million, in the amount of $3 million requested for the election system of the Virgin Islands to continue to raise the standards and performance of our organization. ESVI continues to be at the forefront in elections industry by implementing innovative technology, educating and training the staff, the board members, and creating and revising election laws to better serve our voters. I will end with this quote: "We do not have a government by the majority. We have a government by the majority who participate." And that's the quote of Thomas Jefferson. Chairman Fred Gregory, I thank you, members of the Committee on Finance, and other members of the 35th Legislature for inviting us to present our proposed fiscal year 2025 budget. We are prepared to respond to any questions you may have. Your voice is your vote, and your vote is your voice. I thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fawkes, for your testimony. I see that one of your board members is in the audience. Were you expecting him to join you?
No, he's just in the audience, but I had it in my testimony.
I saw it in your testimony.
Yeah, but since the time had changed, so I wasn't sure he was going to make it on time, but he's not joining me. He's fine back there.
Okay, thank you. All right, colleagues.
But do you say his name just to be for the record?
You can say his name.
We have board member Michael Joseph Esquire in the audience. Thank you for supporting me.
Good afternoon, Attorney Michael Joseph, and thank you for being here. All right, so we're going to proceed. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 5-minute round. And I think Supervisor Fawkes shared a couple of concerns with us today. I'm going to just ask her out the gate because I don't think there is an actual breakdown of the various elections in your testimony. So we have the primary and we have the general election, and inclusive of the general election is also the Constitutional Convention will be on the ballot this year, correct?
That's correct, Senator.
Right. So we should be able to clearly see what is the associated costs with the primary election and what's the associated costs with the general election. I think in your testimony you shared the primary, the general, and then you added in the Constitutional Convention, but that's actually part of the election, correct?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so That's not in your testimony. So can you use this time before I go to the senators to basically break down for us what is this is an off gubernatorial year. So what is the cost of the election historically of the primary election during an off gubernatorial year?
Well, Senator, based on historical data, we utilize $250,000 each election, whether it's off gubernatorial or not, because it doesn't matter. It's not based on the facilities that we have to use, transporting the equipment, so that doesn't change. It's based on the number of voters that may show up, but we set up a voting place whether one person shows up or none. So it's been 250 historically, and so we're trying to see, I know we have to reduce if we could go to 200,000, but we can't really go any less than that. We utilize 150,000 just to do a primary in one district. So we're trying to be, I would say, frugal, but we can't go, but we can't go less than, we don't see less than 200,000, 250. So then when you go to historical data for the general, you usually get $350,000. When we requested last year, we requested 400,000. So that 200 I'm asking for will get us to 400,000. But we can work with 350,000. So it will request 150,000 more. So again, with voting centers, transportation of equipment, that doesn't fluctuate based on number of persons that's participating.
Your transactions, your expenditures, how are your expenditures processed? Through the Department of Finance or through?
Yes, Senator, through the ERP, Munis.
Okay, through the ERP. Okay, so your expenditures for the last election for the primary was a hard 250?
It was more than 250, Senator. I remember we had sent you some documents last November, but I don't have that in front of me right now, where we would try to justify, because in the past, we would take funding from the Office of the Supervisor or the General or the Board of Election to make up that difference. But we can no longer do that if it's election related. So there where we are trying to cut our belts, but we also have to work reasonably with what we need. We can't reduce the number of voting centers because in a non-gubernatorial year.
So what's your, what is the bulk of the expense for the primary election?
The bulk of the expense, Senator, ballots, transportation, poll workers, security, equipment, the rental, sometimes equipment rental, building rental. Last time we had St. Joseph, we have the Outland Tutu Park Mall. So if we have to pay for any place that we're utilizing, I think I covered the ballot security. We do have security. Early voting, we have security on the machines overnight sometimes. Election day security. I talk about transportation. Catering, again, is very expensive, but we have a limit on that. And the poll workers. I could share other areas, but that's just a few capping there.
And how do you deal with your transportation? Do you put it out on bid, or how do you handle that?
Senator?
Your expenditures period. Do you?
Oh, sorry. Let you finish that answer. Senator, we have two companies that we utilize. Yes, we went out on bid, but right now we have Fleming's in St. Croix and the one behind for the VIP engraving. Forgot what their name is. Trucking companies.
What about them that you have to use those two companies alone?
Well, those were the bid, and those were the one that got the contract to do it for that election year.
What year is that?
Well, 2022, 2024, that we're here in 2024. So it's the same. Again, we don't try to go
Say
to...
that again?
No, I'm saying it will be the same cost, 2022 or 2024.
No, I'm not asking about the cost. I'm asking you if you conduct a procurement for the services per election, meaning your procurement for transportation, your procurement for security, et cetera, et cetera. That's the question.
Like I say, sorry, Senator Fred, sorry, I was saying something else. Yes, we did, but these are the two companies that we have now online. We do not change companies every election cycle because of what we're dealing with. So we need persons that know what we're doing, trust what we're doing, secure what we're doing. So we've been using Fleming's for over 20 years. St. Thomas, we used to be done by property and procurement because they had a trucking entity, and after they...
I don't see nothing wrong with that. using a security company for the past 20 years for the election?
A trucking company?
Whatever the company is you said you used for the past 20 years, what company is that?
Fleming's Transport and
Was a
Syncroy.
transportation company.
Yeah. You don't mix that every year and every transportation. That's what you asked
But
me.
the question that I have is, do you conduct a procurement? That's the question.
Yes, Senator, I said we did in 2022, and those were the same companies that came back. 2022 was the first year we started with the St. Thomas trucking because it was done by property and procurement in the past, and they could no longer handle it. They had not the big trucks that we need. They didn't have the drivers or the crew. So we went to conducting it by commercial transportation.
So the bid process, the process for the bidding results in the same vendors every election cycle?
Like I said, we haven't done a bidding process for this election cycle. We did it in 2022.
Okay, but this is new funding. Is it that the contract that has been let is over a particular period? What is the period of the contracts? I need to understand because there's a lot of energy around the work that's being done and what's not being done and a lot of assumptions. So I want to make sure we're clear. Is there a contract to carry over the work for the next election cycle?
No, they're not, Senator.
So it's usually a contract, a purchase order. What is it?
It is a purchase order. We do not do a contract with the trucking companies.
Okay, so, and does it exceed the property and procurement threshold? What do you do, write letters of justifications or something?
Yes, we do, Senator, and it doesn't exceed. And I could share that with you after this meeting.
Well, I mean, it's not about it exceeding, it's more about whether or not we are conducting the necessary procurement, because I think that everybody needs an opportunity. It just requires training. It requires information, et cetera, meaning when I say et cetera, it requires expectations and training. That's my perspective.
Right.
I don't know what the perspective of my colleagues are, but if we are utilizing the government dollars, there is a responsibility for a procurement. If the procurement is over 5 years, then fine. If the procurement is over a cycle, then it needs to be rebidded. It does.
Iris.
Okay, go ahead.
Well,
And then I go to the next senator.
Just quickly, again, there's not much trucking companies available in the Virgin Islands. That's the first thing. So they went through that process, and all our requirement goes through the process. With elections, we have to be very secure. We have to be transparent, and we can't have any trucking company dealing with us every election cycle changing that don't have a truck that's reliable, etc. So we take a lot of factors into consideration, and that's done through property and procurement. So again, I will leave that and go on.
Senator Johnson for a point of inquiry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm trying to make sure I understand what you said a while ago in responding to the chair. Did you say that not because it's not a general election, you cannot cut down on the amount of polling sites?
Not general, primary or general. So for this primary, we have 3 voting centers. It doesn't matter if it's an election for the gubernatorial or this cycle. We have to have 3.
And the general?
The general, we go to 5.
In a non-gubernatorial?
Yes, Senator. It's about the voter having access, not the persons who are running.
So I want to make sure, I'm trying to understand this. I thought that, and tell me if I'm wrong, when it's a non-gubernatorial year, you have less polling site.
No, Senator, we do not do it by that. We do it by access to the person. So remember, we had 14 polling states before and Syncroy as an example. Now we're down to 3. So we go to 3. So for the primary, we reduce to 3. For the general, we go to 5 sites. So we'll adjust accordingly with the primary and the general, but it's not, that's the adjustment. So we're going to, instead of opening 5 voting centers during the primary, we open in 3. For the general election, we go to 5.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. I just want to make sure that we are clear on how these procurements are taking place. And I'm still not clear based on your responses. I'm unclear as to how, because you said that, we only have a limited amount of trucking companies, but I think that each procurement has to lay out what you're looking for. Once you lay out what you're looking for, if they meet your needs, then they don't qualify. Correct?
Correct, Senator.
Okay, so I am going to say to the Supervisor of Elections that if we are not conducting procurement, we need to. We do. For these different types of services. Do you do the same thing with the food?
Caterers,
Yes.
send out for bids.
Yeah? No?
Senator, we have a list of caterers that we utilize that can
On
fund.
average, how much does it cost per caterer?
We have per plate, so we give them what's our maximum per person.
Ms. Fawkes, Dr. Fawkes, everybody in the Virgin Islands needs an opportunity. If y'all are not putting these things out, they need to go out. It's just part of the process. And the reason why I'm asking is because I'm just going to be honest. We have gotten complaints that the same people providing the same services. That's why I'm asking the question. So I'm very transparent. So I don't know what a list means. I do not know what any of that means. I just know that if individuals are interested, they should submit a bid for the work. They should just not be chosen off the cuff. I think we all know that. So right now, based on what you're representing, y'all are not inside of the procurement regulations of the government. Can't do that. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Fawkes, welcome. It's always a pleasure receiving your testimony. You're one of the Virgin Islanders that have a lot of integrity, and congratulations on being awarded the doctorate degree, PhD, from the university at the last celebration. I don't think I was able to congratulate you before, but you do a wonderful job.
Thank you, Senator.
Bless. But I got some questions here for you because I live on St. Thomas, right? And they got some new precinct name now. You say the Altona and Wellgunks precinct, the North Look precinct, Frenchman's Bay precinct, Welsapopa. So I know you used to vote down UVI. You could vote Bota, you could vote Charlotte Amalia, you could vote Turnbull Library or in Tutu Park Mall. So let me ask you, where is the Tutu Park Mall Turnbull call now? That's what we present.
Senator, Turnbull Library was just a voting center that we utilized. So these are the names that will be on the ballots. So for example, where you had Ivana Ken is now the East End precinct. Where you had Bertha Shelter is now the Frenchman precinct. So again, a letter was sent out, and once we get ready in the election cycle, we'll be making a lot of announcements. But these are not the voting centers. These are the names that will appear on the ballots for each of the polling places that were prior. And so you'll get notice. But a voting center now, you can go to any voting center and vote. So these names will be on the ballots.
Okay, and the North Look, I imagine with the Sibley then?
That's correct, Senator. Joseph Sibley is North Look.
Okay, good. So your budget request now, they're recommending 2.5 million, but you're asking us for 3 million, and then you're asking for a 200,000 supplement for the election funds to be available until expended. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator.
Okay, good. I got a question for you because you mentioned it, the battery backup, right? So suppose suppose on November 5th, I think the general election, suppose whopper out all day or the day before and the next day, 'cause you know how it is. You have a generator or a battery backup that's the voting machine them is going to be on. What do you have?
Senator, for each of the voting places or centers we utilize, we try to ensure they have generators. If not, we'll have to get or rent generators. The battery backup on the voting machines lasts for an hour, so they can put the papers in the bin, and then after that time, they'll the judge with poll watchers there could feed them into the machine. So we have backup plans. Is like I say, lasts for an hour.
Okay, so the voting machine can only last for an hour without power. But if whopper out all day, then I assume you got a generator.
Yes, Senator. Like I said, the places we're trying to utilize, we need to make sure. So UVI is one, and then Department of Education for the 2 schools. If they do or don't have, then we'll have to verify that if they have a generator in those schools. Eudora Ivanaken and the Charlotte O'Malley clamshell building.
Okay,
and on St. John, the same thing.
So the active registered voters, and I know you have a lot of good staff, they're hard working, but somehow the numbers here ain't working out. Okay, so you got on St. Croix, you got 14,924 active registered voters. St. Thomas 13,963. So it's 961 more active registered voters on St. Croix and St. Thomas. But on St. John now, you're showing your active registered voted as 1,150, but then on page 13, you're saying your inactive registered voters on St. John is 1,182. So tell me what kind of, is that a typo error in the numbers? Look at page 12 and page 13. St. John is 1,150 active registered voters. Page 13, St. John is 1,182 inactive.
Senator, that's correct. Senator, that is correct. In the past, they had over 2,000 registered voters. So if you have half, 1,000 and change of one active and 1,001 that's inactive, and then some of those persons, either if they're deceased or they request cancellation by transferring to the states, so that's why the numbers are less or more, but those numbers are accurate.
Okay, Madam Chair, can I just be allowed to finish that question? So on St. John, you have more, that's very interesting, that you have more inactive registered voters than active registered voters. That say that the St. John and them living there, or got house there, but they ain't voting. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Director Fawkes, I want to ask you something. I see on page 23, you have last day to register July 4th in your testimony, but the calendar that was distributed says July 3rd.
July 3rd, sorry about that.
So
it's
is
the
this,
3rd. Yeah, this is a typo here.
Well,
It's the 3rd.
I want you to make sure put that out there because people might be looking for the 4th and ain't gonna have nobody in the office on the 4th. So we don't want folks to be going down there. So I saw that and I said I wanted to make sure that it's a typo.
Yes.
People understand that. Don't go to the board election. Go ahead.
We'll be putting on numerous press releases before that date, but yeah, it was a typo here on this report.
Okay, thank you very much. I wanted to make sure. I know I look at those documents and I see that, so I know when I see this next date, you're like, wait, the 4th. I want to ask you a question. Can you provide a little more detail about this $616,000 allocated for professional service contract? What all entails to that? Are the catering and all of that is entailed to that professional service?
No, Senator. Our professional services, our leases of our building, all the WAPA, Xerox, janitorial services, all the payments you have to do, all the vendors and etc. So that falls on professional. Also, if you're going to any training for elections, etc. So that's the professional services contract funding.
When you move from the one part of Sunny Hills to the next, that was a difference of how much money as far as rent is concerned?
It was a big difference, Senator. We now in 9,000 square feet. We were over there in 7,000 square feet. And they build the long-term amount into the rent. So we are paying towards the rent in 2020, 10 years. So it's more.
And this is just a recently refabricated area, am I right for me to say that?
No, part of it is rebuilt new. It was a theater, part was the theater and part is rebuilt new. So the back half is fairly new. And like I said, we've been there 3 years now.
And in your testimony, you talk about mold inside there already.
Yes, Senator.
And what are you getting for that from this renter? Because you said that your rent gone up for sure, 2,000 square feet more. So you're paying a lot more in rent. And you already start to have a problem with mold. And if I'm right, did you say that you guys absorb some of the costs?
Yes, Senator.
Why?
Because of the health and safety of the employees. So again, they're moving in a different direction. I gave recommendation of what I think they should do, and eventually look at it and get back to the point that I recommend that they do. But some things internal, if I wanted to take some of areas into effect, the way the employees go and see, I take action to do that.
Are you going to be seeking reimbursement from the landlord? Because you're talking about paying a lot more money. You're talking about a new restructured building and you now have mold and you're paying to take care of this mold. Are we seeking a reimbursement from this newly building that you move into?
Senator, based on the conversation and documentation, the steps that we are taking, the steps that we want to take, and so they're stating they will not reimburse us for that. But it's not exorbitant. We pay for it, 2,000 and change or whatever. We pay for it because of the safety and health of the employees.
And I respect that, and I appreciate it to expedite it in a timely manner. But I don't think we should be spending and giving out our money freely like that. I understand your position. I understand it clearly. But if I rent in from you and I pay in this amount of money for a new building, I'm going to bill you. I'm going to pay to make sure that my employees have a safe working environment by giving you the bill. And I don't think the government and we should absorb that cost at all. Because you say it's a fully new restructured building. And we should not have to pay that cost. I just don't accept that we just give away our money like that. At some point, somebody needs to pay that cost. Now, there's a big difference in what you're asking and what the governor recommends. I think you're asking $3 million and he's saying 2.5. Am I correct to say that?
Yes, Senator.
Now, let's have a little discussion in that additional 500,000. What are we talking about?
So, Senator, since the budget hearing process began and I noticed the GVI and the funding constraints that we have, in my closing, I would say I would go to $2.7 million. So we had $2.7 million 3 years ago, and now we're going back down to $2.5 million. So I see what the needs and I understand the financial constraints based on when I submitted this testimony and said in April we had to submit our wish list where we proposed. I would propose $2.7 million for us.
Okay, and then I need to do a follow-up on the process of your caterers. How long have you been in this position?
Going on 11 years, Senator.
And from the time you've been there, that's the practice that you guys have had?
Yes, Senator. Before I got there, that's the practice that we've had, yes.
Where that it doesn't go, none of that work go to bid?
No, Senator. Most of the caterers stated they don't have the transportation to take the food, they don't have this, they don't have that, so they can't compete, they can't do the job. So I'm saying, again, that was the process. We go through property and procurement, we have to send them a list of every poll worker that we're gonna hire. So they get the information, we go through the system. But I'm saying, again, that was the best practice, that's the practice that worked, that's where we are. We will relook the consideration that are being mentioned here today.
And you spoke about the trucking of the equipment, and you said that there's not a lot of trucking companies, which I tend to differ. Now, if you would say to me that the particular type of trucks that is needed, then I could understand that. So can you help me along that way? So for clarification, just so we could understand as to when you use the statement that there's not a lot of trucking company, which everybody else said different. There is a lot. Is there a particular type of truck for safety or transporting purposes that is required to move your equipment?
So, Senator, yes, there are particular type of truck. We got voting equipment that's going out. We want it to be secure, covered, sealed. again, some of the truck, the weather in St. Thomas a couple of years ago, rain came and the truck, property procurement truck could not take the machines because it's an open truck. So you look for that. You also look for security. And working with these teams for a number of years, they can tell us, or when the board member reached there, these equipment dropped here, didn't drop here, they got timelines. The trucks has to go different places at different time. So you have to have the quantity of truck. So it's not just one trucking company coming in and making 100 trips. We have timelines to be at certain places and then retrieving the equipment and storing and bringing all that equipment back. So it's also deploying and redeploying. So again, they look for the big max truck with the big box truck that contained and secure, etc. And the name of the company at St. Thomas is Viking and St. Croix is Fleming. And
in closing, I would like to ask, what steps are being taken to secure additional federal funding? I only see one area in your testimony. You spoke about one grant. Something you spoke about a grant.
No, Senator. In the front of my presentation, we have 2 grants that we recently got, and we have one that's coming. But these grants are not to do election-related.
It's for training?
Election. It's cybersecurity, security type grants with restrictions. So based on the audit that we're going to finalize now, we could find out where we use the fund properly or incorrectly, and we're making adjustments. Some requirements we have to request to them first. Like an idea we're throwing out is like solar panel or solar battery backup. So we have to write for that, get it with the landlord, make sure it could be done with this WAPA issue that's going on, then write to the grant to get them to approve it before we utilize it. So a lot of the grant is more restrictive than the ones we had before. So on the first page, I have 2 that I have for $200,000 that's open, and they are 5-year grants, so we're within the timeline to expend them, but we're looking at how we could do them for long-term investment.
All right. Sounds interesting because I heard you also spoke about your battery backup is only an hour. That's not a lot of time. And I think if you could look into that with those grants to see if you could have some kind of backup to that backup for a longer period of time based on what we're going through, because on election day, we really can't go with these hiccups at all. And I could see what's going on now that you're going to need more than an hour backup.
Yes, Senator.
Especially if you end up in an era where the generator isn't working. So if I may, request that you look into that direction for those grants to try to find some extended backup for those machines. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. So your budget that was the appropriation that was approved for you in fiscal year 24 is 2.5 million.
Yes, Senator.
29,392, correct?
The 29,393 came after because that was the increase, so they put it in after. But yes, 25 was the first appropriation.
Your total appropriation for fiscal year 24 is 2,529,392. Is that correct?
The 2.2, Senator?
2,529,392.
Yes, Senator.
That's correct, right?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, good. And did you provide us with a breakout of how those funds are being expended in the different categories?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, could you go through that again for us, please?
You want to know where we are as of today, or you want me to give you what I submitted in April from the statement?
What you are intending to spend in aggregate for the entire fiscal year per category.
Okay. So from October 2023 to present, what we put in the category
No, that's not what I'm asking. So as you build your budget and you have 2.5,029,392, there is your personnel category. Of that amount, how much do you intend to spend for personnel?
So that's
Let me just explain to you, like last fiscal year.
Yeah, go ahead.
Fiscal year 23, because I don't know, Mr. Post Auditor, that we get expenses from the Board of Elections for the 24 appropriation? Because I don't see that in this report. I see the contracts, etc., but I do not see the breakout of the categories. Let me check and make sure I am not the person missing something. Yeah, I don't see that.
We sent the breakout, it was two.
Mr. Post Auditor, 1 second.
Sorry.
You can speak in the mic. Yeah.
Senator, I'm checking. Through the chair. Senator, I'm checking.
Okay, because I'm looking at the post audit report. Did you send you a copy of the post audit report?
I just got it
So
here.
you look on
Well,
page
here.
3 of 10, under the appropriations under Act 8764, we just have a broad number, 2,529,392, but it's not broken out as to how those funds will be expended. That's very important for us to help us to make a final decision.
So, okay, Senator.
Okay?
Yes. So that's what we submitted. So I have the numbers here, and then I have where we spent it thus far. So which one you want me to give you?
I need to know what you're spending to the end of the fiscal year.
Okay, Senator.
So did you get that information, Mr. Gaskin? Because it's not here in the report.
This is statement 1 that say where we are, where we submitted was up to April.
Let me see the statement 1, the documents you have, Mr. Gaskin, please. Not everything, just the one that you were just, the statement. I'm actually seeing the document right there. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, so these are the projections. So based on what I'm seeing, this is what you would have submitted, right?
That's correct, Senator. Statement 1 is as of April when we submitted it. So that's why I brought a current.
You have a current one with you?
A current where we are expended thus far. And this one just tells you where we are in April. Then the next one would be what we're projecting for 2025.
What I need, what I need is your categories that you project to expend up to September 30th.
Yes.
That's what we need. Do you have that?
Yes, and a print off on the ERP where we are as of today, yes, Senator. So I could go through categories.
No, not where we are as of today.
What
when we build the budget, we build it based on, we provide the funding based on what we intend to expend in that year. So there's a difference between what you intend to expend and what you're expending, because you may project that you're going to spend $10 and you're only spending $8 because you may have a vacant position, somebody passed away. There's so many things that cause you not to expend what you projected to expend. So that's what I'm asking. What is your, okay, let's just talk about 25. Let's stay at 25. Fiscal year 2025. How much do you plan to expend in personnel services?
$1,400,000.
Okay. 1,400,000. 400,000. Do you plan to expend any capital outlay dollars?
I have 30,000 in that category.
Okay. And do you have, what is your associated fringe benefits?
394,000.
And your
supplies,
yes.
65,000.
Uh-huh.
And other services and charges, $1,025,500.
Okay.
And utilities, 85,500.
$1,500. 85.5.
Yes, Senator.
And that brings you to a total of what?
3 million.
3 million.
Yes, Senator.
Okay. And what we're going to need to get from you, because we can't drill on everything here, and this has to be inclusive of both the Supervisor of Elections as well as the Board of Elections information. But we need to get your, because when we look at your 2023 expenses, when was the election year?
2022, yes, Senator.
Okay. So your 2023 expenses were significantly lower. Your personal services were $311,808. Naturally, we would see that because it was not an election year, correct?
But Senator, the budget is Office of the Supervisor. That's not dealing with the elections. You're talking about the election specific?
Mm-hmm.
No, this is just the Office of the Supervisor day-to-day operations.
So your Office of the Supervisor, your expenses for, you're correct.
Yes.
Yours
It's separate than the election budget.
Correct.
That's a miscellaneous budget.
Right, you're correct. So that's my bad. But under personnel services for 2023, your personnel services was $311,808. That's the expenses that was made in that year. And this year, you're asking for 1.4 million. So I don't know where the difference is in the numbers. I would have to go back and check, but the numbers seem very off. The fringe benefits for that year was 89. The numbers are very off, so it's creating some confusion for me as it relates to your expenses overall. Okay, I can go to the next senator, but we have to figure this out. That's why I asked you if you had a person in your office that deals with this. I'm gonna go to the next senator. We're gonna come back to it. Okay. That's you, Senator Francis. You? Yeah, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to Dr. Fawkes, and thank you for your testimony. In regards to the vendors' payment listing that you have submitted here, your current outstanding balance on vendors' payment is how much?
Senator, let me find it updated because it's updated since that last time. So our present balance of outstanding vendors is $54,898.67.
Okay. And what's happening in that space? You have requested these payments from finance, or what's happening with this pending outstanding balance?
So the pending reports are from finance. Those were pending by finance since that was an April report. So now the vendor outstanding has been less, it's decreased. Those are for checks to be cut. We do have the funding, so funding is not on our end. Funding is at the finance based on tax and whatever they collect. So right now we have $54,898.67 outstanding.
And that's down from the $252 before.
That's good, yes, Senator.
And how are you keeping those vendors informed about this pending payment?
Sir, we contact the vendors and let them know in advance those that we can. Those that we dealing with, we let them know that the financial is being delayed. So most of our vendors are understandable, the vendors that we utilize all the time, and so they have worked with us. So we have no issue.
And your board members are considered vendors? I saw that they appear on the listing. Are you carrying them as vendors?
They list them as vendors because they get a stipend, so they are there. So they owe money, so they're on that list of all outstanding vendors' payment.
Yeah, I had not seen that before in documentation where other boards are actually carrying those individuals as vendors. That's how you do it?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. And do you have an impress fund?
No, Senator.
You don't have access to day-to-day operation, a checking account or anything like that will be able to address emergency situation?
No, Senator. There's a process to do it, and none of us has taken on that process because, again, not having an HR financial person is not worth it. You have to put money into the account and then have it at a certain level and maintain it through the ARP.
So what happened in instances where you have an emergency expense?
Sir, as supervisor of election. If something that within my realm, I'll expend for it, but we do not have much. Most of our expenses could go through the system in a timely manner.
Okay. So you'll expend and then collect a reimbursement later on in those instances, you're saying?
Yes, Senator.
And in regards to the list of caterers that you mentioned, are you working down the list, or do you have the same individual that caters each and every time?
Well, since we reduce the voting centers now, there will be less caterers, but again, they have to be able to deal with the volume to cater to the person that are in the voting center. So they're dealing with a catering list.
Do you have any other funding source that comes to the supervisor of election or the board of election outside of what's funded by the central government?
Senator, grants. We do get grants, and they are force-fed to us. We do not have to request them. We expect a grant for $200,000, but it says have a security, and we have it in the front listing of my presentation. There's the 2 grants that are still open, and those that we have closed so far to date.
And do you have any additional funding, whether through ARPA, through CARES Act, through Office of Insular Affairs, any such funding comes to you?
No, Senator. We had a CARES Act for that election in 2020, and that was expended. As you look, that's one of the grants that were closed out with us, because we had a timeline to close it out.
Do you have any pending judgments or litigations against, financial litigations against the Supervisor of Elections Office or the Board of Elections?
No, Senator.
Okay. And currently, is all of the personnel position filled?
No, Senator. As we have 2 vacancies on St. Thomas.
Okay. And you're working to get those filled?
Yes, sir. Senator. One should be filled by August 13th, and then the next one pending the interview to be completed.
In respect to the security of the elections during election day, can you speak to the process by which the machines, once they leave the Supervisor of Elections custody, what happens there in terms of getting them to the polling areas and then getting them back into your custody?
Senator, the machines are deployed on the night before the election. They're tested by the board members, they're sealed, and they're sent out. Each of the board members are responsible for a voting center now that we have it, a voting polling place. They will be there on that end to receive the machines as they're offloaded. They're then secured at the site the night before. We're in contact with VIPD. They will provide us roving security. If it's a non-governmental entity, we'll hire a commercial security entity to monitor those. After the election is completed, after 8 p.m. that night, the machines are redeployed the same way their trucking company goes to them, pick them up, and redeploy them to the agency. And that's the end of their mission.
What about the cartridges that's contained within those machines? What happened to those?
The judge is responsible for the jump drives and the tape for the machines and the judge's bag. They are escorted back by VIPD in a VIPD police car to the elections office.
Is the judges required to submit to some level of certification of ethics? Do they sign a document? Are they sworn in? Or what happened in terms of creating that integrity of the judges?
Yes, Senator, the judges are sworn in every election cycle, and it's done by the Board of Election
30
members.
seconds.
So in respect to the challenges that you have experienced here, all of the challenges is financial, or there are other challenges that you're experiencing at the Supervisor of Elections Office at this time?
Senator, the only one that's not financial is trying to get voters more engaged, and so the voting public is really a big one. So educating, empowering, again, across the community, you know, we're trying to get more civics, and so that would be one of the biggest one that's not financial.
And you're utilizing all available mediums to be able to do that?
Yes, Senator, the board members are doing as much as they can. We are also in the office, but I think it's a whole community involvement that everybody needs to do their part, because a lot of persons are getting the voter ID card, but they are not participating in the voting process.
How is inmates or individuals that may have been arrested, Madam Chair, if I may just wrap up with this question. Individuals that may have been arrested, have a felony arrest or misdemeanor, or currently an inmate, tell me how do they, if they participate in the election process, or how are they able to participate in the election process?
So the process for that, Senator, is the board members will coordinate with the BOC director, and they will set up a time when they can come and do a machine demonstration or presentation. All persons that can vote are allowed to vote, and they can utilize the absentee ballot process. So they will fill out the absentee ballot application. Sometimes even Human Services with the seniors, that in Harbert Gregg or any of the homes, they will let them fill out the application or assist them in the application, and they can take the absentee ballot back to them because it's sealed, and they can participate by voting, sealing it back, and either mailing it back themselves or giving that person hand delivery to bring it back to us sealed. So they have always participated along with the elderly homes, Bureau of Corrections.
Very well. Thank you for your responses thus far. Is there anything about this budget that keep you up at night? Anything that present some challenges in you being able to complete your mission statement here?
Senator, as a director of supervisor for the last 11 years, our goal is always success. So we will do whatever it takes. So if something else has to go on the back burner, then we will do what it takes. So nothing really keeps me up at night because I try to plan for all the contingencies, what if, and Murphy's Law. And the goal is always to have a transparent, accessible, secure elections.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Oh boy. Did you grant salary increases to your staff in fiscal year 24?
Yes, Senator. This is based on personnel plan, the GS plan that mandates that all employees get every 2 years a salary increase. So this year they're scheduled to get another one.
In fiscal year 24, but not in 25. What fiscal year?
They did it in 23, so it's in 25. It's due this fiscal year.
25.
In addition, the board granted the exempt employees a salary increase 2 years ago, and they're also looking at that for 2025.
Okay, so what I'm going to need for you to do, you probably did it already. You have an appendix attached to your testimony?
With financial?
Yes.
No, the one that came with the post-audit report was all those vendors that are outstanding. So
No. I'm talking about, did you provide a breakout in your testimony?
Of the major categories, yes, Senator.
Okay, so in the major categories,
so that's on page, let me see here.
Here it is. I pulled it out. I did pull it out already. So you have
page 10 and
page
11.
Mm-hmm. So this $30,000 that you have in capital outlays for what purpose?
Senator, we put it in there because we're looking at some building concerns that we may have with, like I said, I put in for St. Thomas office, we're looking at enhancing the cubicles. They are right now too small for the staff that are in there. And we had a company look at it a year ago, but then they was out, so they could not come back with us with a proposal. But that's for cubicles improvement on St. Thomas, and it's physical because they have to take down some sheetrock walls.
And this $1.4 million is inclusive of what with regards to your personnel? How many filled and how many vacant positions?
I have 2 vacant right now, and we have the 8 that's filled.
What are your total positions?
12, Senator.
12.
And we will have 1 more to make 13.
So you have 12 filled?
And 1 vacant.
And you have 1 vacant. And the vacant position is what?
That was the HR fiscal that we got appropriated for last year. We haven't gotten to fill it, and that 60,000 was the max with fringe benefits. So that's why our numbers has gone up.
So the $1.4 million is inclusive of the $1.4 million is inclusive of the vacant position?
Yes, Senator.
So in fiscal year 24, what was your total personnel costs?
Senator, so we submit the projection for the 3 million. So that
No. You can't give it to me like that. Based on your 12 filled positions and your 1 vacant position, what is your personnel cost in 24?
Senator, document I have in front of me, 2020, because we got the personnel listing. It shows here 1,091,769.77. That's for coming up 25.
Wait, slow down. Personnel costs, what year that for? What fiscal year?
I have to.
See, you have to
the
give me a
top cutoff.
breakout.
Sorry, I will send it to you. They have here the one we expended 841,955.63, and that's why now we are projecting over $1 million for 2025. But I could share that where you could the top come off of this. But that was sent to us, so that's what we expended.
No. See, it can't be what's sent to you. It has to be that you have in your office a listing of all of your associated personnel. Position X, position Y, position Z, and on and on and on.
I have
the total amount of the positions, that's what I'm looking for. Not what someone sent to you, because I don't know whether or not their number is correct. You have to tell me
Senator,
what your number is.
I have it here.
Okay,
I just said 1,091,769.77.
769.77. Okay, good.
Salaries, then a fringe equals that.
So let's stay on the salaries. So you're saying that for your 13 positions, correct?
Mm-hmm.
In fiscal year 2024, the personnel cost is $1,091,769 less the fact that you don't have the $60,000 position filled. Correct?
Yes, Senator.
And you're saying that your increase that you're asking for your 12 positions is an additional almost $400,000. You realize that? That's what y'all are saying.
Yeah, yes, yes, Senator. But you're projecting, like I said, well, it wouldn't be 400,000, but that's what we projected.
I know it's in excess. It is excessive. That's why I drilled down on it, because if your personal cost today is $1,091,769, and you have 12 employees, so let's just say 13, and you are asking for additional 300, even if it's 300,000, let's just say 300,000 because you got 91,000 here, so let's round it up to 300. And you divide that by, I will go with 13 employees, that's $23,000 per employee in salary increases. See the problem?
Yes, Senator, but again, sorry. In our personnel costs, yes, we requested that amount, because if the board stipends can't be paid by the board,
no.
They're paid by us. So we put in, yes, we did put in X. I'm just telling you, but yes, it's excessive because we look at the big picture, so that's what we put in. But it will increase from this for the next fiscal year with the 60,000 and the fringe benefit. But yes, it was projected.
I need for you to provide us, but I don't have a problem with the wish list. What I have an issue with is the fact that you are very adamant about what your needs are. So, and that's good, because I'm very similar to yourself. Nothing is wrong with being adamant about what your needs are. But when you break it down, it got to come back. And that's the challenge. So I have to get from you, so we don't have to go back and forth on this, your breakdown of your personnel costs, meaning not the overall number, every single position. We don't need to see the employee names. We're not interested in that. Every single position, and the associated costs with that position. And then you could do your, whatever the fringe, we could do the fringe for you. The associated fringe benefits, we have to see that breakout.
I have it here, Senator. You can see it right now. I have it right here for us.
Okay, so could someone make the copy, please?
But again, this is this year, so when we projected a little bit more.
Ms. Fawkes.
But we are 2.7. That's what I said. I tell you, 2.7.
Was a good laugh.
That's correct. But that's what you do. You ask higher and you get what you're going to get. If I'm going to get 2.5 or 2.7, I say I could live with 2.7.
But this is the thing, right? We don't do that no more, you know.
Well, we used to do it.
High and get what you get, you know. We want to see the actual numbers.
We do. In the 2 years ago, we actually spent 2.7. We actually spent 2.7, so that's what I'm saying. But then I come in now.
2.7?
2.7 million. So I'm saying they're reducing back to 2.5 million. So I have to go higher 3 million to get to what I would like. 2.7.
But you adamant about this 2.7.
I am, because we wanted some projects that we have to do, Senator. And I understand the government is financially challenged right now, but there's some funding that's they need to shake out from organizations that don't spend their money to give it to organizations that need the balance of the money. That's what we do in the federal government. Those agencies that don't expend their money, when you see them in July and they haven't spent 80% of their money, take from them and give it to us. So, even if half, we will take half. I don't want 100%.
I am one that will agree with you, but I need you to be mindful that the legislature, and see, you know, we have to be very deliberate in the institution of the legislature about our narrative. We do not run, once we appropriate those dollars, the executive branch is, well, we have a mid-year review, and there's some work that we need to do around this particular cycle. Well, we have a mid-year review. The executive branch determines how they how they allot and expend those dollars. And I don't know if you were listening to the financial team that came before us, I believe last Thursday or last Friday, right? They were very clear. You have vendors that haven't been paid, right?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so when BIT were here, we spoke to a few vendors. Their vendors has not been paid. So while you appropriate X dollars, your revenues have to come into the same X dollars, otherwise you have to do the dance and make adjustments. So we're glad for people who ain't spending money. So that's not how it looks. We need to get from the board, from the Supervisor of Elections office, your actual expenses. I need to get from you your actual associated costs with your filled positions, what that totals, and you have you have names, and I don't really want your names.
You have the vacant position is there too.
I will give this back to you, so I don't want this information.
The vacant is there also with the 60,000. Everything is there. Yes, I have it. It's there.
No, your vacant.
It's down below. 60,000, the second to the last line.
I seen one here that said vacant 44,202.
That one, go down some more. That's the one that just
Then
passed.
I see one with a name in it that says 60,000. It has a name. It probably recently became his. I don't know. But I'm saying, we have to get from you your positions. I don't want the names, the titles, and the salaries, so we could determine how best to appropriate the funds for you. Similarly, so we need to get a breakdown, because we've been asking everybody for it. The agency that came and gave us exactly what we wanted is the folks from BIT. They break it down to a clear transparency. What I need from you is clear transparency. We need to get, you said you would like to do some sort of capital outlay work. Send that to us as well. Let us know what it is. Give us your associated fringe benefits. You need to break down why you need $48,000. I mean, is it $394,000 in supplies? That's what you told me earlier? $394,000.
No. That's fringe benefits.
Oh, fringe. Oh, supplies is 65?
Supplies is 65.
Okay, good. Supplies, let me make sure I line them
right. Yeah, you line them right.
Good. And then your other services and charges category, in the year of 23, based on this report, you expended $541,000. However, in this iteration that you're asking for $1,025,000. So that is 50% more than what you expended. But we're going to take a break. We're going to take a break. But I'm going to let you respond. But we need a breakout of your other services and charges category as well. We need to know exactly what you are expending those dollars for. We need transparency with the information that we have. Get in, please.
Senator, I would say the 2023 information seems to be missing some numbers in the calculation because
That's
there's
fine.
some numbers that's not there.
Don't worry about that.
And so that is not, but I'm just saying that's not a true picture showing the personnel and
I'm
all of
saying
that
don't
stuff.
worry about
Okay.
that. Give us the true picture, and it helps us to make a decision. Okay?
Yes, Senator. And the transparency is all the professional contracts that are here. And like I said, when you buy new equipment, the price goes up, but it's here. So it's there. Thank you.
No. It is there in my post-audit report. I need you to provide the information to me.
Okay, I will, but I submitted this to the post-audit, all the
Well, I need
professional
to see-
contracts and whatnot.
I need to see the information clearly.
Okay.
It's not clear for me. I ain't clear. I'm going to go to Senator DeGraff, and then we're going to take a break. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifier, viewing, listening, and present. Congratulations, Supervisor Fawkes, the doctorate.
Thank you, Senator.
Couple of things. I too was looking at the numbers. Do you have the post-auditor's report?
Yes, I do, Senator.
Page 7 of the post-auditor's report. They had Appendix 1, Election System of the Virgin Islands, FY25, personnel listing submitted by the Office of Management and Budget. Then Appendix 2, VI Election System, FY25, personnel listing submitted by the system. You look at the supervisor's salary, is different. Your fringe is different to the fringe of OMB. The deputy supervisors, St. Thomas, St. Croix, all different. You see the numbers different?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, are you aware of that?
I'm just seeing the post-auditor report now. I'm saying we submit what we calculate to be. So, like, an example, they have 23,758.23 for the supervisor. We have 35,265 as a fringe. So we use a calculation that was provided to us from OMB. We use all the time, but I'll double check the numbers, the fringe.
Right, and if you look at your, from the election system, take, for instance, the election assistant at 71,658, 22 for fringe, 22,321.53. Health insurance is family. And then you go down to the next election assistant, 71,000, same 658.21, 22,321.53, health insurance individual. The numbers are the same, but you have health individual and family. So that's two different. So the numbers are off. And do you have the GS pay scale schedule for your employees for the 25 increases?
Yes, Senator.
Okay.
It's not included in here.
Yeah, so just looking at this, I'm seeing some numbers are off, and again, it causes a problem when we're dealing with the budget. Page 4, line 21 of your testimony, it says uphold the laws, policies, and court decisions of federal and local jurisdiction. The concern I'm having is I understood the January decision by the judge to be that primaries can be conducted but not paid for by the government. Is my assessment or my understanding correct or incorrect?
Senator, I don't know if it clearly says what can pay for by the government or not, but it's listed in Title 18. So anything in Title 18, we are doing it on behalf of the government. And we did get the funding, election funding overall, 450,000. So, that's my understanding. So the legal counsel for the legislature could clear that up.
My understanding is that the parties can have their primaries, and they should, but it wasn't to be paid for by the government. So that it seemed to me like we were putting out $250,000 for that. And then that $250,000 is still reflected in the 25 budget.
Senator DeGraff, again, the statement says
1 minute.
first Saturday in August for public office for nomination to the ensuing general election. So again, it doesn't say funding or not. The funding that we receive is not part of my office as the supervisor budget that we're addressing here today. Office and the board. The election funding come in miscellaneous, so I have it in my testimony as miscellaneous, but that's not part of my funding. I'm just raising the concerns and letting you know that's miscellaneous budget, and that was submitted to us.
Okay, at every voter's precinct, we have where we are allowed to have poll watchers. The poll watchers are supposed to be able to get the count of the individual senators, or the count for each machine, correct?
Senator, yes, they look at the machine and they see how much persons voted as of that point at the voting center, yes.
Okay, and then that information can be given to the poll watchers?
The numbers that are voted, yes, off the machine that has voted in the...
Okay.
Time.
So do you have sufficient persons, if I may wrap up, Madam Chair, do you have sufficient persons working that are to give that information out when requested at each polling precinct?
Yes, Senator, a judge. Each voting center polling precinct has a judge, and that's the person responsible if that question is asked to them.
Okay, so the process is my poll worker goes to the judge and say, can I see the numbers for each machine for Senator X?
No, you don't see the numbers for any senator. You see the total numbers who voted at that site. Okay. That's what I mentioned to you. You cannot see who voted for each senator until the election night after 7 p.m. when the polls are closed. Because if we give out information as you go, then folks will say, he's winning already, I'm not going to go, or he's losing, I need to go. So you don't give out numbers until election, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. No results can be released until after 7:01 p.m.
So just the aggregate number per machine is all you give out?
Yes, how many persons voted on that machine at that voting center.
Got you. Thank you. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Colleagues, I think we're going to do a second round, but before we go to the second round, we're going to take a quick recess. We're going to take a good... before we take the recess, one of my colleagues did send in a correspondence this morning and we missed it, and he's always present, so I think it's very important for me to read his correspondence into the record. Madam Clerk, you may proceed. That's okay.
June 20th, 2024. The Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Chairwoman, Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte, Virgin Islands. Dear Madam Chair, I regret to inform you that due to previously scheduled appointments off island, I will be unable to attend today's budget hearing. Please mark my absence as excused, and please accept my apologies for any inconvenience caused, as well as my best wishes for a productive meeting. Sincerely, Marvin A. Blyden, Vice President, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. This ends
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The committee stands in recess for about 10 minutes. The committee is back on the record, and we're going to do a quick, I would say a 2-minute round. We're going to start with Senator Fonseca.
Chair. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Quickly, Fawkes, I want to go back to the election status database, right? And also I want to address the incorrect mail-in addresses, etc. And then I want to ask you a question about any outstanding lawsuits. So those are the quick 3 questions I have. So you mentioned that correspondence is being returned because of incorrect mailing addresses, which is a cost. And you know, I have found that in particular to be a problem, that a lot of the addresses, you know, when you're a candidate, you send out, you know, thank you letters, et cetera, and a lot of the correspondence comes back with incorrect address. I mean, a whole bunch of letters. How are you going to rectify that? Because it costs the election system, and it also costs the candidates as well. How are you going to address that? Is there a system that you can actually get them to update that? And then also, yes, I want to ask you if there are any pending outstanding lawsuits against the election system, because you know, just a couple weeks ago we had a big issue with a lawsuit, and if you could answer those questions, those 2, the incorrect mailing address and pending lawsuits.
Senator, good day. Thanks for the question. I'll start with the last one first. There are no pending lawsuits that we are aware of that have been filed against the elections or the office of the supervisor. And the second question, again, its onus is on the voter, the individual, to come in and update their information. We do press releases, we do send reminders. We also are working with a program that we check with the post office to see what they can refer to us with, like I said, because they did some changes. And we also was working with a company that's stateside to see how we could look at the addresses to make sure. So we're using various methods to try to get the individuals to come in and update the addresses, because it's important. And we keep advertising. Same thing if you change your name or you're divorced or married, you need to come in and update that information. So we continue to do that. And especially with 2-2, remember when the housing area is demolished, all the addresses we have are still for those persons, and they haven't given us any updated address. So again, it's on the voter to come in. So if a family member knows folks, encourage them to come in and check. Or they can go on our voter lookup on the website, www.vivote.gov, do the lookup, and you could see the information of that person, if they're still registered, or the addresses, etc., and they can fill out the form online, electronically, and send it in to us, so they don't all have to come to the office to do this. So we're using all methods possible, and we could do an all points bulletin. And this public address today, all persons, please verify your mailing address, your name, etc.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. So you are aware that there are instances where mailing addresses are listed next to individuals' names, and that person never had that address.
Well, Senator, whatever they come into our office and provide for us, there is one that gives us that data. We incorporate it in the database. And yes, sometimes they give us addresses that are not relevant or may not.
But I'm one of them. And my address is not irrelevant. I gave the correct address. And I just learned that when we were doing the election for the Democratic caucus for the DNC convention. And I think 2 other people that came in there with the same issue that never had those addresses. So they did take the names of the individuals so they could share it with the election system for the correction. I don't know if it made it up to you yet, but we have some of that going on. Yeah. All right, so we talked a lot about the Supervisor of Elections Office, but we have not spoken about the Board of Elections and their budget. And I think the budget for the board is what, 250 or 250?
250 is what they got. Recommended, yes, recommended.
And what did you ask for this afternoon?
The board is asking for 400 and something thousand. Let me give you the right
So you're
number.
asking for a 200 and what increase?
$427,860,000.
And how is the board justifying that?
Justifying it, like I said, I put in that personnel services, they had an increase there. Other services and training, I think, and stipends, that's where the bulk of their money are for training and stipends and conducting voter registration drives, etc. Whenever they come to board meeting, etc. too. So they put it under stipends.
Okay, so the board is going to have to submit to us a breakdown of their expenses, similarly so to what we asked you for your justification. Did I ask was how much?
$427,860.
So that's 107, almost $200,000, yeah, $177,000. So that requires a breakout of this particular need. How much do you know how much they intend to expend in this fiscal year?
$250,000, Senator, because we're 86% right now, so they're going to expend the $250,000.
So if they're going to expend 250, what's happening? So what is happening in FY 2024-5, an off year, that we require them to spend almost $200,000 extra?
Senator, I can't respond to that at this
So
time.
who can respond? Is Ms. Wells there?
She's still on. But we provided a breakdown.
Is media, is the team's meeting still up? Yeah, we can't have acts like these without justification. I'm gonna go to the next senator, Senator Francis Jr.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Supervisor Fawkes, let's talk a little bit about technology and transparency during the board meetings, as well as, I guess, the conducting of the election process. Can you talk about, how technology is used to make sure that we're and individuals are being able to view real-time information?
Senator, for board meetings, usually they put out the press releases in accordance with the Sunshine Act, which is 5 days prior. Right now, there are multiple means. We do MS Teams for those that are not able to attend in person, but we still have our election centers, election systems office conference room available, because some board members still come in person. So that's the option. So the public is invited, and some usually attend. When it comes to the elections, stuff you said, what the second question was, the elections?
I spoke about meetings and during the real time of the election process.
The election process, we do public announcements. It's on our calendar when the testing of the voting machines are going to be conducted. And the public and the media are invited. Again, in that area, persons don't take advantage of the opportunity. On election night, it's all to address that you can come in and watch the process as they close out the election, and additionally, the absentee ballot processing, which happens a couple days after, that's open to the public. In the past, we have done it live feed, the absentee process, because of COVID, and of course, that's a cost for us, so we usually invite them to come in person to see that process. So it's open and transparent.
Any other upgrade in terms of technology to allow for full access by the public during these proceedings in the future? I mean, is there any, how do you intend to utilize technology to support and assist your endeavors at the Supervisor Elections Office?
Well, my support for technology is mostly with upgrading our websites and getting more platforms that make information that are in the election system more available to the public. Technology-wise, again, they could sign on MS Teams as persons in the community and view it that way. So that's the trend that we have right now. I don't know who's on Snapchat and those kind of things on Facebook. I'm not into that type, but we have a Facebook page. The deputies update it and keep it current.
What about the tagging? I got a question that was posed to me in regards to the tagging of the machines. Once they, I guess, leave the supervisor elections office, taken over to the polling areas and then brought back in. Talk about how the tagging is done to, again, ensure the integrity of the machines.
Senator, the voting machines, we do serialized tagging. Each district have different color tags. There's some behind the scenes discussion that we can't say in a public forum, but we do have tamper evident systems on those tags. Once the machine is sealed by the board member, that number is documented on a document paper report, is sent out. The judge now document that seal in the morning before they open. The tape says 0, public or poll watcher sees that before they open at 7. Again, that seal is documented when they close the end of the day and is reported back to the election systems office. The board members, sometimes they do check the seal in the judge's book. If not, it's there recorded for after. When 30 days after we conduct an audit, that audit is the machines. We don't know what machines the board members are going to seek. They come in the conference room that day. They tell us, pull me Clado Marco machines. The deputy goes into the office in the back, bring out the blue container, the tape, and the jump drive. The board will give one person the tape, and the next few board members, they will take the blue bin, open up the bins, and manually count those ballots, not speaking to each other. Once they count the ballots, they say, I have 30 paper and 10 express vote machine. The next person over here will look at the tape to make sure it says 30 paper, 10 exposed machine. And again, this is open to the public. So we do a mandatory audit. We've been doing since 2014 with 100% accuracy. And we do that after every election, primary, general, special, or runoff.
And Madam Chair, if I may wrap up real quick. In regards to the availability of paper ballots, there's a notion that individuals are advocating paper ballots. Tell me what happens or the availability of paper ballots once individual may request to go towards the paper ballot versus the actual machines.
As per Title 18, Senator, we are required to have paper ballots. So what we do, because of technology, we have a lot of technical persons that want to use the electronic machine, which is express vote, and that's not only electronic, that was bought for the ADA, disability persons that can't do the paper ballot. So we have a percentage. So each election, based on historical data, I will go forward to the board, and I will say I'm recommending this percentage of ballots for that election. The board would approve it. So we always have to have paper ballot, and we look at our historical data for that.
Thank you very much for your responses. My time has been called. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the seat.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. So, in your testimony on page 11, you share that you're in conversation of obtaining a campaign disclosure public platform. Could you please explain for the public what is a campaign disclosure platform?
So the campaign disclosure is what candidates file those financial reports to show who they're getting the contributions from and the expenditures throughout that election cycle. And because our election is every 2 years, so we'll be every 2 years. So what this platform will do is to put all the information online that anyone wouldn't have to come to our office and put a written request to view that information so they could see what's happening with that senator, who they're getting the money from. A lot of the states have that publicly. Now, I have to weigh the factor of the cost because, like I said, we're a smaller population. You might be doing this for 14 senators, 15 senators, sorry, and maybe the governor. 16 persons overall every 2 years. Or if they do a report, June and December. So I'm looking at, is it worth it? So I look at everything. Although person's been championed for this before, and it was a former board member that looked at this when they had a vendor at the conference and brought it up. But I'm saying, yes, it's something we should get towards, but if it's something I need now or something else, I could prioritize. So okay. I prefer to do the election statistics for the $16,000 than doing this right now for $50,000.
Okay, that's important to note. Senator Johnson.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. In your report, you have a total unpaid invoice of $252,000 plus. What's the status on all of these invoices that are still unpaid?
Sir, Senator, that report was as of April when I submitted the budget testimony.
Okay.
Currently, I ran a report yesterday. Our outstanding balance that's in finance, $54,898.67. So we've reduced most of those were paid between April and now.
Oh, I always like to hear when people get paid. When people work, it's important that they get paid when they, deliver service to this government. I want you to kind of detail this, associate with this plan raise increase. How is it going to go about?
Which increase, Senator?
You said that there's a cost associated with the planned salary increase
okay.
for the classified staff.
Okay, Senator. So we got a projection from personnel, OMB, and each of the divisions 2-3 years ago, and they have a step-by-step every 2 years what the employees are going to get. So that's what we follow. And that came from OMB, was signed by the executive branch. The percentage increase every 2 years. And then in addition, like I said, the board will decide what amount they would give the exempt employees, which is the supervisor and the 2 deputies. I've been on the job for 11 years, and I only got 1 wage increase about 2 years ago. So again, the board will be doing their due diligence in the time that they see feasible.
And these classified employees, are they pretty much
30 seconds.
Are they up to current as far as the steps?
Yes, Senator, they're up to current.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca, Senator Johnson. To the next senator, I did have a question. And Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Supervisor Fawkes, let's talk about early voting. Is early voting comprised of a part of being, is it a part of that $250,000 to run an election?
Yes, Senator. It's the whole election cycle.
The whole cycle. Okay. With the success of early voting, are there any changes you're looking at for this election and for the next?
Senator, that's why I came back. Because when first I started out, I was going to say we could use $150,000 to do the primary. We had a managers meeting on Monday, and based on the requirement, we don't see that being feasible. So that's why I went back to $250,000 with a minimum floor ceiling maybe of $200,000. Early voting is 8 days, 16th to the 23rd, and so we continue to do that. In the St. John office, we're going to reduce it to 4 days. Because again, over there is not a voting population, and so they won't need the 8 days.
Okay, St. John, 4 days, you said. Okay. Now, just in regards to still early voting, I lost my train of thought. In regards to... No, yeah, I got it. I was just wondering in terms of extension of days.
30 seconds.
Your precincts for early voting is where? You could put out again?
For early voting, we're only using the election systems offices. St. Thomas, St. Croix, St. John.
Okay, good. And the times for it?
It will be 9 to 6, but that information will be forthcoming.
Yeah, just as many times that we could get it out, just like to get out. And in closing, for your vendors.
Time.
Just to wrap up, Madam Chair, your vendors, are your outstanding vendors from 24 fiscal year or they're further back? How far back are your vendors that are owed?
Senator, all my vendors are this current fiscal year.
Okay, great news. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. I see that on page 2 of your testimony, you have a 2022 grant and a 23 grant, both total 200,000 apiece, so that's a 400,000, and it says that you haven't expended any money from it. So the amount expended is 0, but it says it's still open. And then you have another one that's 600,000, and you've expended 539. So there's another $70,000. Yeah, $70,000 balance there. Well, 80,000 is more like it. What are you proposing, or what's the purpose of these funds, and how you plan to use them?
Senator, they have a security grants, and so they're very restrictive for security type measures under the grant process. As we, in coordination with them, are looking at some of the things we would like to do, and they're requiring that we do send it up for approval first. The grants are 5 years, so we have time on all the grants that I have outstanding, and they are pushing another 200,000. So we have some projections, like I said, generating solar energy type things to do, and so we'll have to see if they approve it before we can move forward with those grants.
What do you mean solar energy?
We're looking at battery, like a battery type solar energy component that we could utilize in our facilities, but that's a discussion that's ongoing with the Energy Office and then the landlord before we kind of bring it forward. With all that's going on with WAPA and you know, messing up equipment in our offices, our servers, our air condition just went off in St. Croix for 2 days. So we're looking at some big project type thing that we can utilize the funding for, but they're very restrictive. We can't do it for elections. We can't use it for type of elections. And we'll know more about when this grant audit comes back, what we did in the last election that we cannot do at this election.
So that's what I'm trying to get from you. What type, you said security, but when you reference what you're looking at, you talked about solar panels, solar systems.
Mm-hmm.
So what other types of things you can utilize this funding for?
So like I said, we're trying to get the information. It says here, additional resources to improve the administration of elections for federal office, including to enhance technology and make certain election security improvements. So like we will send to them and they will let us know whether they approve that as one of our projects or not, because we don't have any major other security issues around our elections. We utilize VAPD. So again, you know, we don't have any other major security issues.
So in fact, I mean, I don't know what the purpose of the grant is, but it's important that, the reason why I'm asking the question is I'm trying to figure out if some of your expenses to secure the election can be charged after this grant. That's what I'm trying to ask.
Senator, that discussion has been going on for a couple, where we had the grant from 2020 or 2022, and looking at VAPD and the services they provide for us, but it hasn't gone anywhere other than a discussion, because with the system they're on to calculate the hours, you have to be very particular with what hours they're working for us. You know, the requirement for the financial part of that, and maybe VAPD has been interested in going through that process and documentation and paperwork so that we could pay them. That's the only entity that we can do anything with.
So you have $470,000 that's available to the Virgin Islands. So, I mean, I don't know. It seems like these funds were allotted in 2022 and 2023. I think by now you should have had some sort of a plan as to the use of those funds.
No, Senator, we do have plans. Like I said, we just met with the auditors that came here, and it's a 5-year grant. So we still have time, and they're pushing another one to us this year, 2024. But they will be, you know, requirements that entail, and if we can't use it for whatever reason, because the security's outreach, we'll have to let them know, and they might be able to reprogram it for something else.
But I see that you spent $600,000 in 2020. So what did y'all spend that for?
Senator, that's what we did with some of the election for 2020 and 2022, and that's where the audit now going to tell us what
you
we
mean
could.
Some of the election? You have to be a little clearer.
Well, because we got funding from the government, so we use both. So that's why I meant some.
So that's what I'm trying to.
But now the auditors were here, and they're going to verify what we did that was correct and what we did that was incorrect. with the funding.
That wasn't my question. My question is, the $600,000, you spent $439,000. What did you spend the $439 on? That was a question.
Senator, e-poll books, upgrade of e-poll books, and our equipment that we purchased with that funding.
What equipment?
We added some extra machines, but I'll have to give you the details. I don't want to call them off my head, but we had a whole spreadsheet of what we expend all that on, because that had to go to the auditors, even to the Department of Finance.
Yeah, so the reason why I asked the question is because you're saying that you have to figure out where you could spend the balance on and to determine what is yes or no. But these grants come with specific, what do you call it? Specific mandates around them as to what's allowable and what's not allowable. So that's why I asked the question. And so who in your office is responsible for making sure that you pass audit muster on these grants once you expend these dollars within the allowable categories?
Senator, between the Deputy Supervisor, Ms. Alexandra, and myself. And like I said, the grant team was here, and all that we expended was within mustard. So we at that point right now, that 400 and something that we spent that year, that was all approved by the grantee, the federal
So
government.
when you receive this additional $200,000, you don't have to send and tell them, this is what we plan to spend the $200,000 on?
You give them categories.
Right, so what are the categories? That's the question.
Oh, yeah, professional services and
Right.
supplies.
Okay,
So
good.
for professional service, you can buy equipment. So we always usually buy equipment, election equipment.
Professional services and equipment.
Supplies, I said.
Right, so the reason why I'm asking the question is we have to look for every single area that we can reduce our local funding if we have federal funding available. That's the reason why I'm asking the question. But you ain't giving me nothing to work with.
Because, Senator, we've been with these grants and they are not allowable to do government, the local territory work. So we did what we could when we were here 2 years ago. You stated to use the federal funds to help with the election. Now we're going to see the results that is added because we did the whole election and they're saying that some parts of it were not covered. So based on the audit findings, we'll know what we could do with this balance going forward. But we do expend the money. We always look at enhancement. In the goals I have there, you notice I have some of it that's going to be funded by federal grants, like the digital ID. Anything to update the voter database or equipment is approvable. Anything else we have to get required from them.
Yes. Y'all need in that agency, even if the person isn't full-time, y'all need a fiscal person. Just all that I've heard today, y'all need someone that can support this work. The deputy and the supervisor work is to focus on the election, not to focus on the nitty-gritty of what's allowable from what's not allowable in a grant. Senator Francis Jr., recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm concerned that this horse seems to be in the reverse. I mean, I believe that there should be some type of a action plan drawn up to and approve before you actually put these initiatives in place. So you got the approval beforehand. I'm very concerned that that individuals then come in to do an audit and make a determination whether or not you had followed necessary procedures, because one or two things happen. Either you found derelict in your responsibility and then the general government will have to pick up the difference, or in fact that they indicate to you or provide you with findings, audit findings. I believe that there should be some approval mechanism beforehand, rather than those broad categories. Then you'll build in your action plan to meet those categories, get an approval, and then you're able to engage your initiatives, because it becomes problematic, in my opinion, if it comes afterwards. I don't know, what's your thoughts on that?
Senator, they submit the grant to us, like I said, they're force-fed. There's requirements, different forms that we have to fill out. You send them a narrative. The narrative is broad-based. Then you'll come back with what you specific. So these grants for security now are more stringent. So that's where we now have to go with it. We got some goals in mind, and they will check to see whether that falls on the election. But the grants we'll be getting, CARES Act grant was pretty clear, so we didn't have to get into it. You always send a narrative, broad areas. We hardly do personnel with our grants. We usually do equipment or supplies. And so that's the process that they utilize.
So based on your narrative, then you get an approval, or you go ahead and initiate your initiative, and then you're subjected to this audit findings or audit after the fact.
You submit your narrative is approved, and then each project that you may want to do in specific, you present it to them if it's something to make sure the scope is good. So the one we have here right now that we're talking about, they bringing online the voter registration where you could register from online or with BMV, that was put in our narrative 2 years ago. We're finally getting to do it now, 45,000. So they already know the narrative that what we plan to do, but you're going to do specifics after. So we always submit a narrative. Then we send a budget to OMB, but categories, professional services and supplies.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Phil.
Thank you. I have to agree with my colleague that, these grants have been issued 22 and 23. We should have already had some sort of idea as to what we're doing with them. But in your testimony on page 9, you referenced the appropriation of $450,000 to conduct the elections in fiscal year 24. But the act did not state until funding is expended. Let me ask you a question. The election ends when?
November.
November what?
The date in November? If we have a runoff, it will be 14 days after that November. So let me give you that date.
Okay, so let's talk about this year's election.
You asked me for the election
17th
cycle.
runoff, right?
Yeah. Runoff date is the 19th. So election cycle starts from the primary to the general runoff.
Okay, so it traditionally ends, let's say, the end of November, correct?
Yes, Senator.
And how long does it take the election system to true up its expenses associated with any election? If there isn't a runoff, how long does it take? And if there is a runoff, how long does it take?
Senator, it could take a few months because vendors do not submit the paperwork timely, so you'll be paying vendors 2-3 months after the election.
Okay, so that is not our problem. So there's an important that you impress upon your vendors the importance of submitting their documentation timely. Actually, what should happen is those funds should be encumbered because you process your transactions through the ERP, correct?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, good. So those should be encumbered. There is a concern about having funds available until expended, because once you enter into a new fiscal year, what happens is the previous fiscal year is gone, and the funding that you're generating in that fiscal year had nothing to do with these expenses. That's the issue. So I asked the question for a reason. The reason is we can accommodate you by saying these funds are to be expended by a date certain, but it cannot be available until expended. You follow me?
Yes, Senator.
So if you say 3 months, usually you obligate. If you obligate by, when do you obligate by?
It varies, Senator, during the
No, you
that
obligate
month.
by, no, you if you don't have it available until expended, you have to obligate by September 30th. That's the issue.
That's the issue.
But you can't. It's difficult for you to do that. It will require a lead time that's not within your control, right?
Yes, Senator.
So we can say something like the end of November. You should be able to obligate your funds by the end of November, and then you have a lead time after that of 3 months. But your liquidation period cannot extend beyond 3 months. Yeah, spend the money within a 3-month window.
That's
why
fine,
we have a
Senator.
structural deficit, because we have this ongoing, people just sending their invoices willy-nilly when they realize they ain't got no money in the bank account. Oh, shucks, elections owe me this dollars. Let me go try run down my money now. That's not our responsibility. That's the responsibility of the vendor to submit their documentation timely. I mean, how the government pays is something that we have to address, but they have to submit their documentation timely. So the 450, I agree with you that the 450 that is currently It's 450, right? It's
Yes,
450?
Senator.
Yeah, the 450 that is currently available is not available until expended. And the election cycle will continue until November. So the fiscal year ends in September. So if we do not move the goalposts on this, these funds are no longer available to you until we re-up funds
Yes,
for the October 1. How does that usually work?
Does not work well because you don't get the funding October 1, you don't get the funding until maybe October 30 at the end of the month. And so you have vendors, you have ballots, you have stuff that you have to purchase up front, not the
Okay.
election day.
Okay, that's fair. So we're going to look at how we can move the goalposts on this. I guess we're going to have to do it in an upcoming session, Mr. President. Moving the goalposts on this 450. So we're going to have to get something reasonable, but it cannot be available until expended.
Senator, we work with it 3
Yeah.
months.
Okay. All right. So we're
In the
gonna
past, it
work
was
on that.
primary election was specific amount and general was specific amount. This is the first year they do it combined. So this
But it doesn't matter. It really don't matter
Okay.
because the election for that primary and that primary election still ends in November. It
Yes,
don't
Senator.
matter. It actually gives you more flexibility if you don't box in your numbers. I mean, if you want your numbers boxed in, that's fine with me. But it gives you more flexibility to determine how best to use your funds. If you put it in one bucket, it allows you to make better decisions.
Yes, Senator.
And not, being like, I only could use this for this and this for that. It
Yes,
gives you more
Senator.
leeway. So we can't do it until expended, okay? And then I think that's it for me based on the information I have here. But we are going to need a breakdown for both the Board of Elections, the Supervisor of Elections, and the amounts that you spend. I think you sent it to us previously, probably 2 years ago. We need updated information for the 450, so we can. That's how much it is for this. So this cycle, this 25 budget doesn't have anything in it for elections, does it?
No, Senator, because it was already in the 24
Yeah.
cycle.
Okay, good. Okay, good. So there's no 450 in FY25. All right. Okay, so we don't need that. We only need the two that I just asked you for.
We need some more money, $100,000 at least for these
Well-
elections.
For which elections?
The general, because we won't have enough.
Which election?
I'm just reminding you, the general election, Senator.
For which year?
This year.
Yeah, well, you have to send us the breakdown. You
We
have to
will.
prove that out to us.
Proven for 20
You have to
years.
prove it out. We have not, listen, when I read your testimony is very broad. All you say is, this is what was appropriated, and you have not said, we have this, you've not said, we were appropriated 250, and we spent we've been appropriated 250,000, and we spent 251,000. You haven't given us any details in this testimony to allow us to give you additional money.
Senator.
We need details.
Sorry, you won't finish.
Did I get details?
Senator, what happened is because this cycle is not after the election year. If this was the budget last time, when I presented last time, we would tell you what we spent for election. So this time I come because it wasn't the 24, 23 wasn't a budget year. But I will do that in the future.
Historical.
I will do it in the future.
No, we need it for this year. Can you ask for additional money?
Well, no, I had gotten the money last year, but the 100,000, yes, okay, I'll give you the breakdown. Senator.
We need to listen. Things
I
are
said
very
it last
tight.
year. We needed the money in November. I sent a letter straight to the president right after the budget money, October.
You cannot only say you need money.
I show
you
why.
have to show why you need it. Did you show why you need it?
Yes, Senator. Historically.
Okay, well then all you got to do is send the information. You could hit send and now. Yeah, that's easy.
Well, with 250 for the primary, and it was 350 for the general. That's historically, and all we asked for was 400,000, 50,000 more. So that's all I'm saying.
I could tell you.
That's correct.
So let me be clear, because it seems like we are missing each other. You need to provide a breakdown.
I will,
Yeah.
Senator.
We need to see your traditional expenses so we could determine what is what. Okay? So we're going to wrap up. You got to give the information. We are not in a place anymore where we could just be carte blanche giving all the money without being clear as to where we're giving it over. Okay. There were a couple requests from you. Is the breakdown of the personnel costs, all positions, and the cost for each one. And the associated fringe benefits, your actual projections for FY25 against your, for each of your categories, inclusive of capital outlay, all your categories. I think in this year you had $65,000 in supplies. We're trying to figure out from you, what is the need for $65,000 in supplies? So that's what we're asking you to send back to us. Same thing with the other, just break down your entire budget because we need a breakdown. And likewise for the Board of Elections, Are we going to send you the letter? Okay? So based on the information that we asked for, you can begin to work on providing the information, and you should receive correspondence from us with the requests. All right?
Yes, Senator.
Would you like to make a 30-second close?
Yes, Senator.
I don't think we have any more questions. Yeah, we've exhausted our questions. Okay?
Proceed?
Yes.
Good day, Finance Chairwoman Donna Fred Gregory, members of the Finance Committee, and other members of the 35th Legislature. In closing, I would like to make a compelling argument for an increase in general funds for the Office of the Supervisor. ESVI is now aware of GVI's funding shortfalls and will request an amount of $2,700,000 for FY25 budget. Our organization has a long-standing history of accomplishing our mission, continuous technology and automation improvement, and trend setting across the U.S. mainland and other territories in many electoral processes. We have a track record of success in achieving our goals. Each and every progressive improvement we embark on is expensive. We cannot put a price on the worth of one voter. Where would we be without early voting, voting centers, or e-poll books that connect to each polling place, reducing duplicate voting? We cannot continue to cut off our nose to spite our face. Every project we are proposing aligns with our organization, mission, and goals. We believe that the additional funding has the potential to impact our territory positively and will benefit our target application community, which is every citizen. I'll end with this quote: "A great democracy has to be progressive, or it will soon cease to be great or a democracy." Again, we thank you for this opportunity and your consideration of this matter.
Thank you, and thank you for being here today. Ain't Friday yet, right? No, it's not. All right, so the Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance meeting of today is hereby adjourned. Thank you.